Okay. Good morning, honourable members. I don't know if we need our door to be closed, but good morning, sir. Good morning, honourable members. Please don't be alarmed. I have not been dethroned. It is because of the format of the meeting today, which is not our normal meetings. So I will not be chairing today because today is our strategic planning workshop as per the guidance or the guidelines of Parliament that portfolio committees must do their planning and agree on those plans so that as we implement plans that we have owned as portfolio committee members. So today is that day. And so thank you so much for coming through. I would like us, just before we start, just to observe one moment of silence in prayer and meditation, please. Thank you. So the format of today, as you would have seen in front of you at your desks, is a facilitated workshop, and I would like to introduce Mr. Paweni. Those that were with us in the last Parliament would have met him. So he's back by popular demand to facilitate for us. And I still think, Yoli, that I need to secure the adoption of this program by members because it is something that we need to really engage on, which is why we have, given it as much time as we have. We are not going to be forced to only be here until 15:45 if the engagements are longer than that. It is one of those days where I would really like members to be engaged and to engage in this process, because it is our process. It is a process that will guide us going forward, and so everyone's participation would be highly appreciated. So I don't know, Lindy, you want to take us through the program, or is it Yoli? It is, because today is the content advisors show. Yes, go for it. Oh, you've got it. Oh, she's got it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. And yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Chairperson, before Yoli will start, I just want to bring something to the attention of the Chairperson, and I think we as a portfolio committee need to take this thing in consideration. This thing is not working, but in any case, there's a lot of things happening on the social media, and I think our department cannot be quiet as a social development.
Chairperson, I'd like to second that proposal. And I think what's relevant in the discussion, especially with the now suspended head of communications comments, we are dealing with the 5-year plan. Well, this is our 5-year plan, but it links to the department and the entities, strategic plans and 5-year plans and APPs and all of that. And I think the leadership of the department in the SMS members, it needs to be individuals who are firstly appointed on merit base, and that their role is to implement and show leadership. And what the recent allegations in the media have shown is that there is suspensions and appointments and secondments that may not necessarily be in line with the DPSA prescripts within the department, and that there's a lot of unhappiness in the department of the people, the senior management, who are meant to take these plans forward and implement. And I do think the minister does need to come and just provide some reassurances that the individuals in these positions are not just swapped and changed due to personal preference or disagreements, that they're actually there to fulfill a role, because political principles, they come and go every 5 years if there's not a cabinet reshuffle. But the officials, they stay in the department for much longer, and they aren't just, they're people, they're professionals, they aren't just chess pieces on a board whose purpose is to protect the king. They have a duty to fulfill. And then just on the 3 million spend, the public is in uproar, Chairperson, and I do think that the minister needs to present her report of the impact that it had. I mean, it took place in March already, so there should be a report already available to show the committee the impact of the department's presence at that conference. So that is just what I'd like to say on that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Oh. Let me, honourable members, I was awake at 5:15 this morning, and since then I've been, having interviews where these issues were raised. And let me assure you that I have written to the department, because we can't keep running away as the portfolio committee members of this. Also to say what happened, so that we can give the department, the right to reply to these things, and to clear the air in terms of what really transpired, but also to isolate the other departments that are mentioned in the especially the Sunday Times article, so that we are able to respond. First, I can represent this committee in the media intelligibly, and second, you also deserve to know what is going on, and so on and so forth. But as far as discussing that issue now is concerned, I would ask that we give this issue sufficient time when we are talking about the other business. Yes, because then we can speak until we are all on one page. And fortunately, I'm hoping that by the time I would have at least received information from the department as to what is happening, because surely we all know that you can't spend 3 million rand in 2 weeks that is someone's salary for 2 years, if I can put it that way. So there must be some explanation to that. That will be, because we take all that we've heard as although it was an answer to a question, but we take it as allegations at this stage, and no one wants to talk about allegations and rumors and so on and so forth. And also, you don't want to be a portfolio committee that goes on media articles. You want information, concrete information that you can represent wherever you are asked. As colleagues are saying, we are being, asked wherever you turn. There's someone waiting to ask you what happened here, what is going on here, and so on and so forth. So if we can please just retable this issue during the other business time, so that we allow the workshop to happen as our facilitator is among us, and then we can be chatting, or not chatting, but seriously discussing this issue during the other business item of the agenda. Am I agreed
Yes.
to that? Okay. So please go ahead. Who was going ahead? Yoli.
Oh, yes. Person, thank you for that. Okay, Chairperson, today's workshop, this is the program that we developed, that we are going to have opening remarks, which I think you have done, and then we're going to have Mr. Paweni to give us the purpose of this workshop and the importance of us having the strategic planning. Then I will make a presentation basically on what we as a committee, we inherited from the legacy report from the 6th Parliament, and how we've carried through some of the areas that came up from that legacy report in this 7th Parliament, and also also identifying, the focus areas that I could take from the discussions that we've had, the engagement that we've had, and also from the plans of the department, and also locating that within the within the context of the broader plans of government, of Parliament as well. And thereafter, Chair, maybe give some targets focus areas in terms of what we can plan for this term. So my presentation will be largely on that, Chairperson. Then thereafter, we have now the facilitator coming back to help us now start with our planning based on the focus areas that I've proposed. Oh, but just to say as well, the members are free to make inputs on those focus areas already. Honorable Ramahila, I think he started by saying our GBV is not balanced. Yes, we need to also look at the males as well, not just females only. So that's already an input from Member Ramayila that we need to now to add as an input to the focus area. Then from there, he's going to guide us through, how we can do that planning. He's already helped me a lot. So I said, how you've helped me here, I think you should also do the same with this committee, because ultimately it is the strategic planning of the committee. I'm just employed just to facilitate that and make that happen as a content advisor, but the members must own this process. Okay, then we have lunch. Then, Chair, through that discussion, I'll be capturing what is coming from the members, and also how he's going to help us to identify the key, what will be our targets, what will be our indicators, what will be our objectives for this coming year. So it's going to be engagement of that nature. So I'll be capturing that. Then I'll present a draft of what I managed to capture, which now going to go to our plan, which I will then come back next week to present before you, but he is also offered to guide me through that process as well. Yes, Chair. I think then we're going to have adoption of the committee program for this term, and also as an amendment, we have another any other business that we have already spoken to that chair. So that's the program for today.
That is our program as has been presented. I need an adoption for the program, please. And that Ramaila has adopted the program, and the seconding. Oh, Memahato.
Thank you, Chairperson. I second.
Thank you so much. So we have a program that has been seconded, and with the inclusion, obviously, of the item that was raised by members, by Honourable Murray in particular. So that is the program, and thank you so much for this adopted program. I will hand straight back to you, Yoli, and Mr. Paweni. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I think for me right now, you've partially introduced who Mr. Paweni is. Maybe just to just add on that and say that he's helped this committee with I think this is the third workshop now that he's helped with the facilitation of that. And I approached him because many years ago I saw that skill when he used to facilitate our parliamentary workshop on our policies, the institution's policies. So he used to facilitate those workshops, and that was many years, and that was a lasting impression on me. So when the opportunity came for this committee to have a workshop, he was the first person, to come to mind, and he's always been willing to assist us. So he's not new to this committee. He's almost familiar, I'll say, with the sector as he's been here before. He works here in Parliament, so he's not someone from outside where we had to make any payments. He's offering this service out of his kind heart and I think love for his job as well. So he works for Parliament Strategy, Planning and
Strategy management and governance.
Okay, strategy management and governance, and that unit also works with drafting of the Parliament's plans as well, the strategic plans of Parliament and the annual performance plans of Parliament, as well as the drafting of the Parliament's annual report. He's also assisted the NCOP colleagues when they were doing their own planning. So he has the expertise, that we would learn from. So this is the Mr. Paweni. Just maybe to say up front, I'll try to be as formal as possible. I'm used to addressing him as Prajo. So if I slip, it's not out of disrespect, it's just a slip of a tongue, because I've known him so long, and I always refer to him as Prajo. So I'm trying to say Mr. Paweni, but it may happen I say Prajo. Okay, so I'll hand over then to Mr. Paweni to just give us the purpose of the workshop. He just whispered to me that he has some exercise that he wants to do for us as a committee here. So he will talk more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the kind words of introduction from both the chairperson and my colleague here, my sister. I call her my sister, as I call everybody else my sister and my brother. But today I have to learn to use the language of honorable members. Yeah, so as stated, my name is Joe Paweni. I work here in Parliament. I've been here for quite some time now, so I'm already looking at, getting out of Parliament soon. But I work, like she said, at this division called Strategy Management and Governance. So yes, our responsibility is part of it is strategic planning, and part of it is monitoring and evaluation. So we have a business unit that focuses specifically on strategic planning. So they develop the strategic plans and the APPs. And we have another unit that focuses on monitoring and evaluation. But the two go together as what is commonly known as RBM. RBM. I'm saying ARA because when I was introduced to this concept of RBM, the person who introduced me to it was pronouncing it that way, RBM, but it's RBM. It means results-based management. Therefore, when we do this planning, we start from that base of RBM. So we start from the base of looking at results first. So we define our results, then we can look at other things, down up to these things called inputs and activities. So we are told that committees are the engine rooms of Parliament. The committees are the heartbeat of Parliament. And simply because of the functions that committees perform, we are told that committees scrutinize legislation, committees conduct oversight, they engage with the public, review departmental budgets and performance reports, and draft reports and make recommendations to Parliament. So that is the work of committees. However, for that work to succeed, committees must have a plan. And I think that is why we are here today. We are gathered here to plan, so that this committee is able to deliver on those 5 key responsibilities of conducting oversight, of engaging the public, and of making sure that services are delivered to the citizens of our country. So, yeah, for us, then, to work as this committee, we must also be mindful of the mandate that we have as a committee, which mandate obviously we get from the Constitution, which the Constitution says that we need to pass laws, we need to oversee executive action, and we also need to facilitate public participation. But without a structured plan, that, cannot necessarily happen properly. Because then that it means that oversight risks becoming just reactive, like what is happening now with regard to these allegations in the media and so on and so forth. So it means that now when you get that information in terms of all the issues surrounding the allegations, you will now have to come as reacting to what is happening. Some of the things could perhaps, we don't know, but perhaps could have been foreseen and prevented in terms of planning, that those kind of things do not happen, simply because of proper planning. But perhaps because there wasn't any proper planning and there were no checks and balances, some of the things, just find their way, through the cracks, and they happen. And then we come back to react to those things instead of preventing those kind of things from happening. So it is important that we plan so that we don't become reactive, so that our work is not fragmented and we are consistent in delivering our responsibilities. So planning helps us to provide direction. So a plan will give us a roadmap to say that is where we're going, and this is how we're going to get there. And without us knowing where we're going, we will not know how to get where we go. So we need to be able to identify the priorities. That these are the priorities. Look, there are so many things that matter. There are so many things that are important. But there are those things that matter most than others. And those are the things that we need to be focusing on. And that is why my sister later on, she's going to be in a presentation looking at focus areas. That doesn't mean that everything else is not important, but it means that there are certain issues that demand the most attention for now. Tomorrow, they too may not necessarily be important or matter most, but for now, there are certain issues that the committee needs to be looking at. Now, we need a plan because we have to ensure accountability, like we're talking about now, this issue. Now, the committee wants to extract accountability from the minister. You see? So, and it is because of the fact that the committee knows its mandate and its work that it has to, like, extract that accountability from the minister. So, but it's important that we have a clear plan that will allow the committee to measure whether commitments are met. This is the Committee on Social Development. So there are so many commitments that have been made by the government and by other stakeholders to feed into the social development of the nation. Now, are those commitments achieved or not? Now, we need to have that plan.
Sorry, I'm asking for the presentation, for the actual presentation.
Oh, I don't know. I'll send it to you. But it's how many pages? It's about 150 pages. So each time I make a presentation, I add to my presentation. So, but I will cut these ones that I've prepared specifically for this committee and then give them to you. See? Yeah. So this one is specifically for this committee, but I just added it to other presentations. So yeah, it wasn't part of the documentation that you received. Actually, I was supposed to be just talking here, you see. But I thought, no, let me not just talk, but at least, make sure that you also see what I'm talking about. But I will later share this with you. So another thing is to use resources wisely. Like the 3 million, like you said, Chairperson, cannot just be justified to be spent in 3 days. And when you say it's somebody's a salary for two years, I thought, but for others, it's for a lifetime. So these resources need to be used wisely, and therefore the committee needs to plan how to deal with this kind of issues to avoid resources being misused. And lastly, a plan needs to allow us to respond strategically to emerging issues, just like this one. So it's so fortunate for me that at least I also have an example that I just readily was given by you in terms of how to link the planning to what the lived realities of the people are. So if we don't plan to guard against these things will just happen. And I can also boldly say that these things, they're just happening because there's no plan to prevent them from happening. So that is why we need to have plans to make sure that these kind of things do not happen. If they do happen, there must really be something that has terribly went wrong to allow these kind of things to happen. See? So yeah, so that is why then we need a plan, and this is where the exercise comes in. So that before we really get into the details of how we plan, we just need now to look back at maybe last year, because this committee was formed last year.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the committee of the 7th Parliament. But some of you may have been members of other committees, some of you may have been members of this committee in the past year or past years. But I want us now, before my sister does a presentation, to look at some reflections in terms of how things worked last year or even years before in terms of the oversight work of this committee. What were the successes that we experienced as this committee or other committees? And what were the challenges that we also experienced in the sense that some of the things that you had to like oversight on did actually not work the way they were intended to. So I'm going to allow you to request you for 2 minutes. Just think about when you felt that this committee's oversight really made a difference. The work of your committee really made a difference in the lives of the people. And what was it about that process that worked to make sure, to ensure that your oversight work really made a difference? And the opposite of that, which is you also must think about when oversight was less effective and what you think could have been the reason for your oversight activities to have been less effective. Because then that, once we've answered these 2 questions, then it will lead us to the next concept that I want to introduce in terms of planning. So if you allow me, Chairperson, honorable members, just take 2 seconds or 2 minutes to do this reflection. And then after 2 minutes, I'll ask you what you think, or rather, what are your answers to these 2 questions. And my sister and I will be taking notes in terms of your responses. So your 2 minutes start now. Thank you so much. By the way, before you respond, I was also a teacher, so yeah, so bear that in mind. Please go ahead.
Well, I'm sitting in front of the class, so I hope that counts in my favor. So from my perspective, and I was fortunate to be here last term, what really works is our public participation when it comes to our legislative process. And if I just think about the Children's Amendment Bill, what works and also doesn't work, if I just think about the Children's Amendment Bill, that process for me was extremely traumatizing. I can still picture and remember what many of those participants stood up and said to us. I mean, the one that sticks out now is a child who's obviously not even 18 years old, saying that why can't their child support grant come to them so they can buy school books and so forth, because they don't see their grants and their grants are meant for them. And it's a platform where they can share the frustrations, but also they expect us to come back to them. And as Parliament, we never ever get back to them after they've shared their complaints. And I mean, with that process, that legislative process, at the end of the day, we only passed 13 clauses in that Children's Amendment Bill. And I mean, even that process within the committee was a very difficult process in that, certain clauses were just steamrolled through because a certain political party held the majority in our committee. And that's all well documented. And I mean, even if we look at the older persons bill, the question, and I mean, the one lady that stood up there and said that she, as old as she is, was raped and she couldn't get police to come through because there's no roads and there's no lights and the ambulances can't get them and all that trauma, they also once again expect us to come back to them and report back to them. And I'm still not convinced that the legislation that we put down on paper is actually having a big enough impact to the people on the ground. So when we do process legislation, it needs to be those that have actual impact. So that's what works. And of course then, coming back to Parliament's a whole different story. But the other part that doesn't work is, of course, the information given to the public when we do public participation, in that not all of them even understand what's going on in the legislation. So it actually just becomes a venting session, which is also good. We also have to listen to them vent, and that is their time, that is their opportunity. But it doesn't necessarily relate to what we're actually there for. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. For me, the older person's bill was for me very, very eye-opening because the older people could explain to us what is really happening to them on a daily basis. But I think what was good about the process is that some that was complaining about police stations and some was complaining that the hospitals are not working, we could come back and we wrote to the ministers to say, at Heilbron, the police station has been closed for 5 years. When are you going to have a police station? So I myself did follow up on that. There where there was no ambulances, I wrote to the Minister of Health and say, look here, and the Wetsdorp, there's no ambulances. What is the problem that they don't have ambulances? So from my own side, I did intervention because I wrote to the different ministers that was responsible for that portfolio to ask them about it. And I think the difference that the committee is making when the portfolio goes and do oversight, even this year, we went to Johannesburg to do oversight. I think just the mere presence of us as members of Parliament going to the community feels to them that we are caring for them. It is just a matter of us going back and follow up on what is really going on and how far is the process. Because in my mind, I can still see this little lady that is running a farm, small little lady, if you look at it, and then she comes up and say, I'm HIV positive, and I have an HIV positive campaign running here, and these ladies are working here. And you go around to the farm and you see what they produce, and you see what these people are doing, and it makes you think, no matter who you are and what you are, if you have a thing in your head that you would like to do for the community, nothing stops you to do it. It's just a mere fact of you need those resources, and sometimes the department don't come to the party. And we have a lot of institutions, NPOs and NGOs, where the department don't play a role, that people go out themselves to get funding and do these things. Then you go to a little factory where they produce school shoes and school bags, and then you'll see it is a young lady and a young boy that is in charge of those factories. That makes you think, South Africa is not all gloom, it's not all, yes, there is a lot of problems. But if young people can stand up and say, look, now I'm starting my own company, that is what we want to see, that is what we want to hear. Even though that the NDA was playing a very small role in that, but they took that thing and they took it to another level. So the oversight, just the mere presence of the members of parliament is giving that people a boost, because they are just going to go for greater things than that. So the oversight it's a very important process, so that we can see the needs that is on the ground, to come back and follow up on that needs. And like I say, go back is also a problem, like Alexandre was saying just now. But I think that is the most effective thing, because when you come to Parliament, you speak about things that you have seen for yourself. It's not hearsay. It's not things that someone is telling you. You saw with your own eyes, so you can articulate what you think must happen to that process. And that is what is so important about the oversight. We, as the EFF, we do our own oversight. And there's quite a few things that I myself have done by writing to the ministers. I can even make mention about the police station, Kagishanong. Very small police station, but it has a large community that they must serve. They haven't got vehicles, they're short staff and all that. After writing to the minister and asking him what is happening, they are now starting to build that police station to make it a little bigger. So even though it takes time, but there is some result that is happening. So oversight is good, and oversight gives you a clearer picture of what is needed and what must be done at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Then the honourable member there and the chairperson. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, and the honourable member there.
Okay, thank you so much, and morning everyone. So it's my first time firstly on a committee. I started within government in the Gauteng legislature last year. So obviously came in as a MPL, and within a month I moved to MEC. So I give a different opinion of what's happening. So for me, and I had to answer, right? So now I'm sitting here, I have to answer, and I think both the politicians as well as the departments, when they get these questions from, be it now Parliament or the legislature, they concentrate on being able to answer. They really don't concentrate on, if I answer, but how do I improve? What do I implement to make sure that there's measures of change? And I think that's where our challenge lies at the end of the day. It almost sounds like it's like a tick box exercise that we as government do also, even with oversight, because we have to do it, we're doing it. But if everybody within government, be it from the politicians to the officials, just do their jobs, right? Then it's not even necessary for us to spend all the money that we actually spend within government for oversight. And then, yeah, so it's like a tick box exercise for me. And so my question was going to be to the Honourable Ear of the EFF to say, if you have written to the ministers, has something really changed? And she's now answered that question, at least one that she could. But those are the things that we need to look at the end of the day. Can we come back and say, we've done oversight, this is what we reported, this is what we've done, we've sent letters to the ministers, etc. But are we following up? Has it really changed? Was there any impact of that? That would be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable member? Okay, I'll also get to you.
On my heart, I think we have experiences to strengthen public Sorry about that. I was saying we have seen a strengthened interface between the public and Parliament, especially as far as engagements in the public discourse is concerned. And I would say particularly here, as represented by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, on topical issues that most often arises. I think on that part we have been able to close the gap. Now, in terms of maybe shortcomings, it will be that we come in here with different experiences, but I had thought there could have been some sort of a resource pack for members of the Portfolio Committee, so that there should be some sort of a common approach in as far as engagement with the public is concerned, especially when we go on oversight during constituency period. There's also, we become partisan or individual in approach, and we have no way of recording the work of members of the Portfolio Committee. Like examples given, writing to the minister, writing to whoever regarding challenges that we come across when we are on oversight. We do not have a record of that, so that when ultimately I write to a minister about something, to an MEC or whoever, and I don't get joy, I must be able to escalate the matter to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, who could then take it over. So we don't have that record. It's more partisan and individualism. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our facilitator. Oversight on my side, it must make the difference. As the Parliament, we must assist. We have got the issue of the long queues in the offices. Fortunately, we have got constituency office where we go down and we can see that we have got long queues at the offices, or when people are paid during that time. So I think as the Parliament, or as the members of the Parliament, all of us, we must assist them together so that we can have something from the floor. And again, we have got the old people. I remember sometimes I was in Blowback. Old people becomes very much tired. Others are even sleeping in the police station because they said the network is poor. So those things, we must just take them globally, or in future, those things must just go, and then we try to do something possible. So, but I think as the ANC and as the Parliament, we must also assist them the way we can. I think Councillor Ramailas spoke about the issue.
Councillor.
Yo, sorry, Honorable. Myself and Ramaila were the previous mayors in Limpopo. That is so. So I wanted to speak about the public participation. Yeah, on that one, I think even on this portfolio, we are fine. We were in Gauteng, all of us, we were there. Things were very much beautiful there. So I think those things are very much important. And even at home, we are doing it at the constituency office. So we can feel that people are very much happy. Last month, August, it was the Women Month. They responded, people were very much happy on the matter. So I think the issue of public participation, it must be assisted in the Parliament and even at home. I think those are I think, thank you very much. I think they are my words. Thank you very much.
By the end of the day, I will show you.
Okay. Enkosi Chairperson, we Nantsika we Dole Amanbulele ilithuba nilifumanayo. Chairperson, during the 6th administration, I was not in the NA. I finished the term of the 6th administration in the NCOP. I realized many things that is assisting the committees and also assisting the people outside there. I noticed that the committee oversight is assisting a lot to the members, and also as EFF we do our oversight during the recess. So after you do your oversight, you realize many things that is equivalent to debate in your committee and get more solutions, and in this committee is going to add more impact to those issues of changing cards and long queues of this department. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, Honorable Kabasa. Reverend Kabasa.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Chair, I think the system does not allow us to work. I think the oversight is very, very important. When we get to oversight, people, you find even, they are not even papers. They've cleaned, they've done everything to make sure that when we get there, everything is accordingly. There's one oversight, I've done only one oversight in my life. In this committee, I think over the past year, we have done only one oversight. And I think that is very wrong, you know. I think every month we should be somewhere somewhere.
Every month.
Yes, every month. Once in a month we should be somewhere, because that's where we get the real things that are happening on the ground, and those oversights that we don't say that we are coming, so that we can really see what trouble people are in. But they, in my view, they are really helpful because they get things done. And when you are saying that you're going to come back next month, they try by all means during that month to keep things together, and they work. So I think that once in a month, not once in a year, you know, like we've done. I think once in a month will do.
Okay.
Okay. No, thank you so much, Mr. Pawen. When you said to us we must think back to a moment in the past year where you felt the committee's oversight, I thought of oversight as a concept, as an overarching thing, oversight by going to provinces, oversight by holding the minister to account, oversight, you know, to make sure that I didn't think of it as oversight, the physical oversight to go anyway. I thought of it as oversight is to keep the department, you know, accountable. And I thought of for example, where the minister would come to the committee on invitation by the committee to say, come and tell us what is going on. Why are these two students telling us that there is people that are stealing money using other people's IDs? And I thought that was effective from the committee side, because the committee, although it was reactive, but it it produced results that led to things like the systems of SASSA being boosted, like being improved and so on and so forth. But it also led to other things that would have been, if not attended, would have really led to the committee's oversight role being compromised. So that for me, I thought it works. The colleagues have talked about the actual physical oversight. I had also written some notes about that. In fact, about the lady that Honorable Marelli referred to, where I learned lessons that if you exercise oversight like that, you get exposed to issues such as seeing what happens when government supports small people like that lady that she referred to. But also the other part of oversight, for me, is when we have frank and open engagements with the department. I think the department knows that this committee is not gonna shut up if they see that there are issues that need to be brought to the fore, and for the department to do what it needs to do. So that is what I think has worked so far. I know also that there are things that did not work as much as we thought they should have. For example, we went to Gauteng now, talking about physical oversight going out of Parliament and going to a province. We went to Gauteng because of the NPO funding crisis. And we took it upon ourselves to say, this is what is happening. Let's see what we can do by going directly to the MEC of social development. When we got there, we were given assurances that we were there on a Friday or Thursday or something like that, and the MEC said to us, on Monday, I'm having a signing ceremony of the SLAs where people will be signing and then their payments will be done. We were excited, thinking that, we've done something effective here. We came back, some people were not paid. And even some people signed LSAs, SLAs, and then those SLAs were withdrawn and they were given other SLAs that were paid not even half of the money that they were expecting to be paid. So oversight, I think, for me, needs to be the one part of oversight that I believe we need to try and do is the follow-through, the follow-up of oversight. Because when we just go once and we get shown things and then we go away, people, like one of the colleagues have said, people are relying now on us because they have failed to, they have not been successful in making their governments at a local level, at a provincial level. They are now relying on Parliament because they were told that Parliament will make anything happen. So we need to make sure that we continue to keep, or to hold rather, the executive to account at every level of every sphere of government. Because otherwise, what would start as being effective can turn immediately to being ineffective. For example, the minister gave us her undertaking that she is going to make sure that people are appointed into positions and so on and so forth. And to a certain extent, that happened. But now, what we haven't confirmed yet, obviously, is now happening where people are changed, chopped and changed, and we will discuss that later. So what starts as being effective and actually gives us a sense of comfort that actually our oversight mechanisms are working can just turn on us, and then the picture changes completely. But I think this exercise is actually very helpful for us even to use as we do our work, because this situation happens on an ongoing basis, and this can keep us focused, but also it can make us to be proactive in what we do instead of being reactive, as you were saying. Thank you, Facilitator.
Yeah, thank you so much for the feedback. So I'm not going to repeat everything that you said, but I just want us to, before I do that, my sister A also wanted to make an input. Go ahead, my sister.
Thank you, Facilitator. I've also been in this committee. I think this is my third term in this committee of Parliament, so I've been here for a while. And what I've seen that is effective, which I'm glad that Chairperson also spoke to that, because the members were mostly focusing on oversight visits and the legislative process in terms of public hearings, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I was waiting for an evaluation of the meetings, because that's another oversight that we do on a weekly basis, compared to one that we go maybe once in the term or something like that. So my input would be, what I found effective is when, especially with the sixth administration, where it made a decision that we need to have focused areas. And we identified this is the theme that we want to focus on. For example, to give an example, we made a theme of services to people with disabilities. And we invited other departments over and above the DST that we conduct oversight on to find out what services do they have for people with disabilities. So that gives the committee a broadened, understanding of what needs to be done for a particular group over and above what DST is doing. So I found that very useful. And also when we, like Honorable Marie said, when we come back from the now legislative process, public hearings, when we invite other departments to say, these are the issues that are not necessarily related to the bill, but they came out strong from the inputs from the ground. What is your response as health? And I remember this particular one where across the country, people said the lack of access to clinics. And we had a department that came and said they have mobile clinics. But not even once in those hearings that we had, ever the mobile clinics were mentioned. So it means they're not there. Unfortunately, the department came to this committee and said, but there are mobile clinics. What I found lacking there was the interrogation from the members and said, but no, what we are saying is not what we found on the ground. That interaction didn't really happen. It was just something that was glaring for me. So maybe because of time, I think the time factor is also an issue, because our slots are only like 9 to 1 or so because of the pressure, a parliamentary program. So I found these engagements with calling the departments to account here. And there's one experience where there was a serious problem in the foster care backlog that affected children from getting their grants, foster care grants. There was a court order. This committee made a regular oversight that on these intervals, come and tell us what is the progress, where are you, how much have you done to alleviate this backlog, how far are you in meeting the court deadlines. That pushed the department to actually do something in terms of sorting the backlog and also eventually meeting the court deadline through legislation. So I want to say this weekly oversight, yes, we're under pressure, but when the committee, like I said, is focused and is conscious of what it needs to achieve, and it identifies that, and it does yield results, and it does make the departments to respond. And I think that's what has been made clear with the previous committee and this one, that the department now is well aware when there's an issue, the committee will take that issue on.
Thank you so much, my sister. Thank you so much, honorable members, for participating in this little exercise. But I think there are two things that all of us can agree on. That follow-up is important. But how does follow-up happen? You need to plan for follow-up. So if you have a plan that says we're going now to see or meet with this MEC or minister, etc. We're going to meet with them on this or on that day. And then after that meeting, we're going to have minutes and the resolutions of, whatever needs to happen. And then we are going to follow up on those things. So it's very important that we do that. And the successes that you have referred to, I think happened as a result of the fact that there were follow-ups. And the failures also happened as a result, there were no follow-ups. So if you just go and meet with a constituency or the public, and you just go and meet, that your plan is just to go and meet them on this or that day. But in that plan, there's no provision for you to go back and feed back to that committee to say, okay, here were your concerns, here's how we dealt with the concerns, this is the result. Because you can't do that because you did not plan for it. Maybe because of time constraints. But then it means you need to manage even those time constraints in order for you to be able to do what is right. So that there is that, feedback loop. People come and complain, raise their concerns, and of course they trust you as members because that's your job, to make sure that they get, the services that they require. And then you don't go back to them simply because you didn't have time, simply because you didn't plan to go back to them. So that is why it is important that when we plan, we must make sure that whatever we plan is smart. So we need to have to develop smart outcomes. We need to develop smart objectives. We need to develop smart indicators and smart targets. This means that, whatever it is that we plan, it must be clear, it must be specific, very clear and unambiguous. If we say we want to strengthen oversight, what exactly do we mean? We need to know that. Which areas of oversight require strengthening? Which tools are we going to use to strengthen that oversight? And which institutions are we going to be oversighting? So it must be specific. Tomorrow we're going to visit NDA for this purpose. And all of those kind of things. It must be measurable. Because now what gets measured gets done. If you don't measure it, it will never get done. That is why there are no follow-ups, because the plan was not a plan that was smart in the first instance. So ambition is important, but if it is just an empty ambition that is not achievable, then it becomes a problem. And that is what we're saying, referring to Chairperson, that something may start off, very nicely and effective, and then later on, it dies out. Simply because what made it effective in the first place was the ambition. But it fizzles out because there were no clear targets that were set to say, okay, these are the things that we're going to do in order to make sure that we achieve that particular target. So, that particular ambition. So it is important that our plans are achievable, which means we need to have clear targets, and those targets must be given sufficient resources in order to be able to achieve them. Of course, that plan needs to be relevant, and it must be relevant to the outcome. Our indicators and our objectives should talk to one another. So you cannot say, okay, I want to improve or strengthen oversight. And you say, okay, in order for us to strengthen oversight, we must have meetings. Well, meetings, yes, we can meet with the departments and so on and so forth, but for what? So you need to have an objective when you want to go and meet with a department as to what exactly it is that you want to measure in terms of that meeting. But not just because now you are just going to just have a meeting to talk about, everything and everything under the sun. So it has to relate to whatever aspect of oversight you are talking about. And of course, it has to do with lawmaking. It has to do with, oversight and accountability. and of course participation. So people, like Honourable Member here says, people go to meetings, but it appears that they don't necessarily, the information that they discuss there, it just becomes a venting session instead of focusing on the content of the bill, for example, if it's a public participation thing. So instead of people talking about or making inputs on the older person's bill or the marriage bill or whatever, they start talking about their grievances simply because they were not prepared to understand the content of the bill. Then the meeting becomes just a morning session. But had we done something to make sure that they are prepared, they are made to understand what the bill is all about before a committee goes there for public participation. So those are the things that we need to take care of. And also, it must be time-bound. So if we want to achieve something, there must be a time consideration for it. We want to do it monthly. You see, the oversight that has only been conducted in 1 year, I mean, one oversight in the whole year, it also has to do with planning. It may be that, yes, it was planned that for this whole year there will only be one oversight conducted. But of course, for me, and from where I'm sitting, there are question marks as to only one. So I don't necessarily agree that every week there must be an oversight visit. But at least there must be consistent, oversighting of these entities. So all of that can only happen if there is proper planning. So if, for example, we want to conduct 12 oversight visits in a year, we now have to space them. Say, okay, no, first quarter we do 3. Second quarter, another 3 or 4, and then so on and so forth. Then you end up with your 12. But if you don't plan it like that, you only have 1, which, of course, raises serious questions. So it means, therefore, that we need to be able to use these SMART principles, because if we use these SMART principles, they will help us for our oversight purposes, so that we can track performance over time, so that we can demonstrate impact to citizens. This follow-up that we're talking about, this feedback that we're talking about. And then we can also respond to Parliament and to the public in terms of our oversight responsibilities. So in short, planning makes oversight effective, and therefore without a very clear plan, we risk becoming just reporters of events, like what we've just done now. We are reporting about events in some cases that have happened, but not necessarily the results. But of course, there are the good things that have been mentioned, but also the negative things. So in order for us to make sure that we become more effective, we need to plan using this SMART principle. And that is what we are going to be doing later on after my sister's presentation. I see I have actually gone beyond my time by 15 minutes. So, my sister, over to you. Thank you so much, honorable members. Yeah, it's this one.
Thank you, Mr. Paweni. Like I indicated before, my presentation is basically on what I extracted from the discussions of the state oversight that we've done as this committee and the previous committee. I think it somehow ties in with this exercise that we just had, or we just done now, in terms of how our oversight has been effective and what are the key issues that as a committee we dealt with, or we're still dealing with, even maybe as a continuation of those issues. To just go straight to that, Facilitator, not to waste time. We had some areas that emanated, that the 6 committee identified as issues that this committee needs to make a follow-up on. So these are the legacy issues for going forward. I just grouped them in terms of the programs. Under social assistance program, the previous committee had identified that this committee should look at issues of finalizing the policy on income support to vulnerable pregnant women and children, the policy on integrating children's grant beneficiaries with government services, and the challenges in the payment of social grants, which is like related to the long queues, the IT challenges from the post bank, the abuse of social grant, and older persons grant. These are the issues that came out under this, some of the issues that came out, which I think Honorable Marie Abrams also spoke to that. The people are saying, the children, that the child support grants is being abused, by the caregivers. So that came up strong, for example, in our oversight, in our public hearings about the abuse of these grants. But then this current committee, has had now to conduct its oversight, which is now, this is a new development in terms of the National Treasury conditions that SASANA has to implement when it comes to the verification of the applications for social assistance, social grants. And also the issue of fraud and corruption, which Chairperson made an example of it when we had the oversight on the findings from the Stellenbosch boys on the SRG grant application and payment. But the committee since then brought in that and say that this fraud and corruption is not only limited in the SRD, but with other grants as well. It also focused on the finalization of the basic income support and actually made a resolution that there should be regular reporting on the progress made on this policy for the establishment of the basic income support. Basic income support is also referred to as a basic income grant. There's also an issue that is emanated from this committee in terms of alternative payment channels, especially to rural areas, because of the challenges that the communities are experiencing after the closure of the pay points. That was one area that was that this committee looked at, and also the elimination of non-payment of grants. And I've already spoken to the fraud in the system. There's also a recurring matter this committee, one member is very passionate about, the exclusion of children when they turn 18 years from the social assistance program, that those children then are left with any kind of financial support. So that is still an area that this committee still assists with, and it hasn't really been having a address effectively. So that's an area that the committee still needs to look at it. And then when I look at now what are the priorities of the National Development Plan when it comes to this particular area, the priorities for this 2004 to 2009, I'm raising this because I'm hoping that as we discuss, when we identify the priority areas or the focus areas for this term, this maybe can assist the members in terms of formulating what we should focus on in line with what has been identified by government. They increase the amount of child support grants to 760 in line with the 2024 food poverty line, and ensure that the annual increase keep abreast with projected inflation for subsequent years. So that means this committee needs to conduct oversight to see how the increase in the child support grant it meets this target of the NDP or the priority of the NDP. And also the increase in old age and disability grants in line with inflation and cost of living increases. The improved disability baseline statistics and using this to increase the coverage of the disability grant by addressing challenges in this assessment system. Introduce a pregnancy grant during the second trimester for support in the first 100 days of pregnancy. And also improve interdepartmental coordination by linking data systems to create interoperability and common digital identifier between Department of Health, DSD, Department of Employment and Labor, Department of Home Affairs, and SASA, including for the TAMA's issuing of birth certificates and identity documents to access social grants. I don't think I need to say much about this because the committee has been very concerned about the undocumented children, especially, and then denying them from accessing the social grants, which also came out from the public hearings on the Children's Amendment Bill, very strongly on that, which this committee did make a follow-up with the Department of Home Affairs about, which is one of the arrangements that we had, that we called the departments to respond on issues raised. So already now, this is a priority for this term that has been identified. And then complete the coverage of South African comprehensive social protection approach, and that inclusion of social security and social assistance, by funding and incrementally enhancing this SRT grant. Use this combined with other grants to reach the food poverty line, and target the upper bound poverty line of 1,500 as a long-term goal. This should build on work already done, including that of the Taylor Commission in 2002 and the expert panel on basic income support for 2023, and address repeated calls for guaranteed minimum income to support to reduce food insecurity and eliminate extreme poverty. So here we're using the social grants as a tool to fight against poverty. And also it has been identified to improve the efficiency, quality, and cost effectiveness of the services provided through progressively modernizing social services management and operating systems, and then focus on greater coordination of social protection systems through adoption and monitoring a social protection index. So these are the areas that the committee, we may plan in terms of our oversight for this coming term. And we have now the medium-term development plan that is a new one that taking previously what was referred to as medium-term MTSF, now it's called MTTP. The priority one is about advancing inclusive growth and job creation. And there is a target that has been identified for this priority, that this number of work opportunities should be created. So it's up to this committee to monitor. I know the department has, in its strategic plans, they have a target that they have set. So it's up to this committee to keep oversight on how the department is doing to achieve those targets, ultimately to have this medium-term target. And there's also the priority 2 to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. There are outcome targets that are identified under this priority, that there must be a 25% reduction of population living below the food poverty line. There should be 3.4 reduction of individuals vulnerable to hunger, 20.8 million beneficiaries supported through various grants. I think right now the number is around 18 million, if I'm not mistaken, but around there. And the target now for the 7th administrative is 20.8 million. And we have 3.6 million girls in quintile 1 to 3 schools accessing free sanitary products. I thought this I must add here, members, because it's one area I don't think this committee has ever focused on, and the department plays a role in terms of the provision of the sanitary products to school children. I had a discussion with my colleague that there are, the DSD is also responsible, same as DBE. So this is a shared responsibility between DBE and DSD. So that's one area that needs to be addressed, because from what she told me, because she's with the portfolio committee of women, people, and with people, youth, and people with disabilities, women, youth, and people with disabilities, that there are challenges here when it comes to the spending, accountability, and the whole provision of the sanitary products, because of it being done by the 2 departments. So that's something that this committee will need to look at it. Then we have 550,000 university students receiving funding from the NSFAS bursaries annually, which now our beneficiaries for the social child support grant, we had a presentation beginning of this year in terms of their enrollment and their access to NSFAS, which is automatically as long as you were a recipient of the child support grant. So those are the oversight area that this committee can look at annually, how many of those children are enrolled for this assistance. And then there should be 70% improvement in social cohesion. For the 2025 SONA priority, it identified that the SRD grant should continue and it should be redeveloped as leading to the basic income support. When it comes to the gender-based violence and femicide from the previous administration, it looked at the violence and murder of women. We looked at the child-targeted violence and abuse, including the child trafficking. We looked at the substance and drug abuse, the issue of teenage pregnancy, and also it looked at the oversight into the impact of the social and behavior change programs. Actually, this was the area that committee was worried that the impact, it hasn't been really felt. And this committee has also not really conducted oversight in terms of the impact of these social and behavior change programs. So that's something that this committee should look at in terms of how do we do impact assessment of these programs, because they address issues of parenting, issues of teenage pregnancy, issues of family responsibilities. Basically, they are targeted at assisting families. And I was also thinking now for this committee, with the recent cases of child abuse and violence against children in Gauteng, and also trafficking of children just before the courts. For now, we almost have 2 cases that are there. So this is one area that this committee may look at and see how the department through these programs can assist these families that are in need. Also, there was an issue that came from the briefing by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development when we had that as a theme in terms of GBV, we invited that department. There was what they raised, that there's this femicide watch dashboard that department was developing, and at the time it was not yet finalized. And this committee had a particular interest on this because it was going to monitor the cases that are reported of GBV. So this is a key instrument in the reporting of GBV-related cases in the country, and also the oversight on the implementation of the intersectoral protocol on management of child abuse, neglect, and exploitation. This committee, we also had some kind of an intersectoral joint oversight, where we looked particularly when it comes to GBV, we looked at the empowerment and skilling of women and children as they transit from the shelters back to the communities. But that we only had, I think, 1 or 2 briefings from the sector departments, but it was still an issue that the committee had identified. We need to do more on this one in terms of getting other departments like the small business. They came to brief us in what we're doing in terms of supporting economic adventures, these victims of violence and on women and children. Also, we looked at the issue of substance abuse, we looked at issues of when the CDA, Central Drug Authority, came to present its annual report, and the issues that emanated from that related to the implementation of National Drug Master Plan, and also the CDA itself in terms of its governance, powers, funding, and also the amendment of the Prevention of and Treatment of Substance Abuse Act. And then we actually had a response from the department on the resolutions that this committee had made through the House, and it was forwarded to the committee. So it's one area that we can take and use those responses in terms of continuing with this oversight in this area. We looked at the child protection services, and then we also looked at violence against older persons, people with disabilities, and I've already spoken to the issue of empowerment of women. We also looked at the issue of employment of social service professionals, but this is a continuing area of oversight from the previous terms as well, if I can mention that. And also in terms of the legislation that is related to this, the committee is still awaiting the Children's Amendment Bill that the department had to go back as per the resolution of this committee to redraft based on the inputs from the public hearings that we had on the bill. There is a victim support services bill that the department is drafting, and it has is part of this 5-year plans that for it to be finalized and brought to this committee for processing. And the NDP priorities on this one is to train, employ the social service professionals required to deliver services, and the target was 55,000 by 2030. In terms of the SONA priorities for this year, it was about strengthening support to victims of GBVF. F stands for femicide, the killing of women. Alleviate poverty and improve systems for poor and unemployed people, and ensure women empowerment. Address youth unemployment through various mechanisms, including the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and Youth Employment Service. And then the adoption of the National Strategy to accelerate action for children, which focuses on poverty reduction, child protection, and addressing child malnutrition. Then when it comes to the rights of people with disabilities, the previous committee, the issue that came out from the engagements it had with the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability that this committee, I think, needs to make a follow-up on, was the issue of drafting and overarching legislation governing services to people with disabilities by the mandated department. And if just members think about it, we have a legislation on children. We have a legislation on older persons, but there's no legislation on people with disabilities. So that's a gap that still exists right now. And then mainstreaming on disability by the social, just before I go that, also from that meeting, what came out was there still needs to be a clear, understanding which department has to develop that legislation. So that's something that still needs to be explored. Which department should it be DSD? Should it be the other department? Probably, I don't know, whatever the mandated department would be, then that should now develop this legislation. So that still has a big question mark. Okay, and then the mainstreaming of disability by the social development portfolio in its planning, budgeting, auditing, monitoring, and evaluation programs. That was also the key finding from those that engagement we had with the Department of Women and Youth and People with Disabilities. And also compliance by the social development portfolio on the reporting requirements on disability. This one, Chair, does actually it comes from a white paper on people with disabilities that made provision, or it developed framework on departments on how they should report on disabilities, especially when it comes to employment of people with disabilities. So there's a specific framework that departments must use in their annual reports when they report on this aspect. Enforcement of monitoring and evaluation of disability rights instruments by social development portfolio. Okay, this committee thus far, we've also looked at the issue of employment of people with disabilities and also the services, like I said, to people with disabilities, which was an intersectoral engagement, but we invited a sister department on this one. Then we have the SONA. I just realized now, Chair, with being busy, I was meant to come back and look at the NDP priorities on this aspect. That's why it's yellow, and things just happened that I didn't get a chance to go back there. That's something I need to do, Chair. When you look at the 2025 SONA priority, It had a priority to empower persons with disabilities and ensure their inclusion in the economy. Then we had findings from the Auditor General. It's another area that was identified by the previous committee that this committee must make a follow-up on in terms of the implementation of the Auditor General's recommendations to the social development portfolio of this committee to address the material irregularities and complete investigations on them, and other findings on non-compliance and financial misconduct, which is irregular expenditure, the implementation of the National Development Agency turnaround strategy, and filling of critical vacant positions, especially at DSD and SASA, and I think the NTA as well, because it has no CEO. And then this committee was, the Auditor General recommended to this committee that it closely monitors the material expenditure irregularities identified to ensure that they are adequately addressed. It follow-ups on the progress of the development and implementation of an action plan to prevent reoccurrence, which this committee had already started doing that. I think next week we're having another meeting on the action plans. It oversees the filling of the key vacancies at DSD and NTA. This committee has already done that. It continues to actively engage with all role players within the accountability ecosystem to ensure that appropriate measures are implemented to resolve the MIs, which is the material irregularities, and repeat audit findings, which we address that also with the action plans. It utilizes the preventative control guides as developed by the AG to assist other oversight functions and to ask relevant questions during the oversight rules. Okay, Chair, when it comes now to the MTDP Priority 3, I think it also relates to the previous slides on AG findings, because it's all about building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The outcome targets there are that 90% of public entities are financially stable. Corruption does not feature in the top 5 list of concerns of South Africans in the 2029 survey. Government-led, coherent, and integrated cybersecurity approach. Full compliance with Global Cybercrime Convention, which I think it also relates to us in terms of what the committee, when we're doing the oversight on the weaknesses in the SRT grant and the attacks that were identified because of the weaknesses, the cyber attacks on the system because of the weaknesses in that system. That SA avoid a further round of grey listing after the next, I don't know what this one in full is, I forgot to look at it, but I can have a look while the committees are engaging on it. Mutual evaluation in 2026-2027. So these are the priorities for the MTTP priority 3. And the SONA on this aspect, it identified the need for a state that is capable and competent and underpinned by professional public service, strengthening of the Public Service Commission in filling of key vacancies, that is the DG and the Deputy Director Generals, improve government services by building integrated system of support for the poor and unemployed people, improve implementation of the district development model. Okay, for this committee, I don't need to maybe to repeat, we've already covered, and also Chair spoke to the filling of vacancies, that there was a commitment, it was met, but now there have been new developments in this regard. So now the committee has to go back and also focus on this as an oversight area of what is going on right now. And in terms of the human resources, in terms of shortage of social service professionals, which is like the social workers, and unemployment of social work graduates and lack of resources for the social workers, for example, the vehicles and other facilities that they need. And also issue of the NPO funding in terms of the budget cuts, the closure of NPOs, and the compliance of NPOs to the NPO Act, and also the implementation of the NDA turnaround strategy and its impact, and also the impact of the budget cuts or austerity measures on filling of critical vacancies, delivery of services and programs, and plans to circumvent impact of budget cuts. That also came out as an area of concern from this committee. In terms of finalization of key policies and legislation, these are the areas, policies that the previous one had identified, which I've already, I think, spoken to them in my previous slide. And just safe to say, for this term, some of these policies were not planned for this medium term by the department. These are the two ones that were carried over for this term. The draft policy on integrating children's grant beneficiaries with government services, the policy on income support for 18 to 59-year-olds, and then in terms of the Act, the legislation, the Children's Amendment Bill, the Victim Support Services Bill, SASSA Amendment Bill, and the NDA Amendment Bill. Okay, the emerging challenges from the previous committee was the increase in natural disasters, which now we have seen also with this particular committee as well, assist with that, in terms of floods and increase in temperatures, and the role of social development portfolio. I remember the issue here is that the department, because of constitutional mandate, it has been expected to play a role that is now the portfolio in terms of DSD and its entities, in providing relief interventions to affected communities. But some of these interventions are unfunded mandates and fall outside the mandate of the social development portfolio. These involve the department's ability to respond and provide services such as shelter and meals to displaced people. Disaster management largely falls within the jurisdiction of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. So that's also that gray area that needs to be ironed out when it comes to responses to the disasters and the role of the social development portfolio, and ultimately as us as a committee conducting oversight on that. And also then was the serious challenges of the electricity load shedding on service delivery, which thankfully this year we haven't had much on that, but that was a serious threat that this committee had identified, the previous committee had identified as an emerging challenge, as well as the increase in the cost of living, which it threatens food security. Okay, for now this committee, the priorities, the bills that, in terms of legislations, the bills that I just mentioned before, and also the one that I didn't mention in the previous slide is the one on the prevention of and treatment of substance abuse amendment bill, because this came as in a response to the resolutions that the House had made in terms of the annual report of the CDA, and the department reported that it will be reviewing this prevention of and treatment of substance abuse amendment bill, but it doesn't appear in the APP or strat plan of the department as a bill that will be considered this medium term. But in that response, they talked about reviewing this bill. And also the bill on social development services to persons with disabilities. Now, this one, Chair, as the department explained that in the absence of the overarching legislation on the rights of, for persons with disabilities, the department is developing a bill that will speak to the services as a department it is rendering for people with disabilities. So this one will be more like on a limited scale or scope, focusing on DSD, but not across the departments, which is something to look at, because when it comes to the issues of persons with disabilities, it's one of those areas that cut across the various government departments. And then when it comes to policies, I've already spoken to the two policies that now this committee has to see that they are finalized and they are implemented. And when it comes to child protection, there is this national strategy to accelerate action for children, the intersectoral protocol on management of child abuse. This is an existing protocol. It's not something that still has to be drafted, but this committee just has to have more information and oversight on its implementation and what this intersectoral protocol is about. But the national strategy is something that now the department has to draft for this term. And also on the one that I mentioned about the social behavior change programs, and this is what I was speaking to. These are the programs that fall under the social behavior change programs that I think really we need to look at them in relation to what is happening here. And also there's that men voice championing for change that I think also will address Member Ramayila's input on what this committee should also look at. And also, obviously, the child-targeted violence and murder, teenage pregnancy / statutory rape, and also the child trafficking, including the trafficking on children online, which this committee also raised, for example, through Facebook platform. And also the issue of alcohol and substance abuse. I've spoken to the review of the Act. And also there is now going to have to be a drafting of the 2025-2030 National Drug Master Plan, which now must take place also. And it's same as the review of the previous plan, which we had planned, we had made a schedule to have a briefing on that, but that didn't take place, as members are aware of that. And also this committee has to now recruit the new board members for the Central Drug Authority, because the term is coming to an end, the 5-year term is coming to an end, I think this year. There's also the universal treatment curriculum that is implemented in treatment centers. So maybe as we go to oversight visits, these are one area that we should look at it. What is this treatment and the impact it has had for victims, for those people who are in those centers because of dependency on substance abuse and drugs. And also there's now this issue of the absence of the national survey on prevalence of alcohol and substance abuse. How do we plan now as a country if we don't have such a survey that will tell us the extent of abuse, the prevalence of abuse nationally. And when it comes to GBV, this committee, there's the sheltering policy, its implementation, and also there's psychosocial services that are implemented in 15 hotspots areas. These are areas that maybe when we go on oversight, we can maybe target these hotspot areas and look at what services are being provided there. They were forwarded to the committee. If the committee wants to know, I can maybe retrieve that document later on that gave a list of all the 15 hotspot areas. Same as now, I've spoken to the rights of persons with disabilities in terms of the services for this group of people. There's also a program that the department is implementing. It's called Respite Care Services to Children with Disabilities and Their Families. It focuses mainly targeting the families that have children with disabilities. Then we have, when it comes to the priority 1 for this committee, inclusive, I think I've already spoken to this chair. I just maybe gave it a more detailed in terms of what DSD and SASA will have to focus on. When it comes to the advancing inclusive growth and job creation, the issue of the work opportunities created, there are mid-term and end-term targets there that this committee would have to keep check if they are being achieved. And also the reduced poverty and tackle high cost of living. There are also food security mid and end-term targets, and also the social grant targets that I spoken to earlier. And also this linking of household to sustainable livelihood initiative. There are also targets there. So there are targets that the MTTP has identified that we need to keep check as this committee if the department is achieving those targets. And we have the implementation and impact of the NDS turnaround strategy. I've spoken to that. The funding of the CSO for poverty eradication, and also the access of the CSO to resources, and the linking of cooperatives to economic opportunities, mid-term and end-term targets. There's also an issue of the NPOs, because they also play a role, especially those that are focused on income generation and employment of the beneficiaries of these NPOs. And when it comes to the building of a capable and ethical development state, there is this National Integrated Social Protection Information System, in short it's called NSPIS, that I think the committee was briefed on this, was it last year or this year? Can't remember now, but we did have a presentation on this, so we just have to see its impact and see if it's achieving the desired effect, especially that because it links to the priorities of government. We also have, in terms of SASSA, the automation of social grants processes, the Integrated Customer Care Center. These are the priorities that SASSA had identified. The cyber range security solution, investigation on vulnerabilities in social grants payment system, the biometric enrollment of beneficiaries, and also the National Treasury Income Verification reviews. There's also the human resource plan that is long away in the pipeline that the SASSA has to finalize. And with the NTA is this turnaround strategy, the organizational structure, and the appointment of the new CEO. I think this is I'm almost done, Chair. Then, Chairperson, I just need to speak to briefly on the 5 outcomes of Parliament, that when we do our planning, we should align our plan to these 5 outcomes of Parliament, strategic plan of Parliament. So I'm just going to list them, but I think Mr. Powen will even assist more when it comes to the next item in terms of our planning, because we need to align to this outcome. So the first outcome is about improve effectiveness through information and culture optimization, increase government responsiveness and accountability by strengthening oversight over the executive, meaningful and adequate involvement and participation by citizens, enhance capacity of members. It may not necessarily fall within us here, it's more like an institution, I think, and then impactful law making. These are the 5 outcomes that have been identified by the 5-year strategic plan of Parliament. And also, these are the priorities now the state plan has identified in Parliament. One is on strengthening oversight mechanism by improving the timeliness and quality of executive replies to questions, implement mechanisms to ensure greater cooperation between the spheres of government, ensure tracking and monitoring of resolutions for implementation by the executive, implement a framework for assessing executive performance and consequence management, implement various recommendations to strengthen the oversight capability of Parliament, implement mechanisms for the prioritization and coordination of oversight, ensure more time for oversight activities of committees in the Parliament, in program of Parliament, and then ensure the involvement of partners and stakeholders in the oversight processes, improve the quality of information, analysis and research for oversight activities, develop guidelines for oversight work performed in the constituencies. So already that emerged from this discussion that we had, that the oversight that's conducted during constituency is not reported to or is not formalized in terms of influencing now the oversight of the committees. The next one is enhanced lawmaking and public involvement, and that can be achieved through setting and adhering to legislative timeframes for bills, improving coordination between 2 houses and its committees in the legislative process, ensuring that tabled bills include prescribed minimum information, including translations and impact assessment, enhancing public hearings through pre-hearing public education, already came out earlier, strengthening the multilingual support, and direct segmentation and engagement. Improving access to the petition process, including timelines for the resolution of issues and feedback to communities, incorporating the use of social media and other channels in the public involvement process, implementing digital platforms to facilitate the legislative and public involvement processes, ensuring greater effectiveness of constituency offices. And then number 3, improve public office appointments through consideration to standardize the public office appointment processes to be uniform, open, and review rules regarding technical matters for the removal of office bearers. I don't think this committee really has a role to play here because we don't really appoint public office bearers. Number 4, improve international engagements by articulating the diplomatic and leadership role of Parliament in the development of a 30-year international strategy for Parliament, reviewing the policy on international diplomacy and relations, and aligning processes and practices to execute the policy, improving the ratification and monitoring of international agreements. I think that's where this committee may come in. Mechanisms to ensure that reports are tabled in Parliament timeously and decisions and resolutions are implemented also relates to us as a committee. And also, Chair, that lastly now, there is also this Parliamentary Oversight Priority Plan that was adopted, I think, this year. Now is in its first phase of being implemented. This plan identifies 7 broad thematic outcomes for oversight areas in line with the strategic documents of government, which is the NDP, MTDP, and Government of Unity 2024 priorities. I think more orientation of members on this plan will follow. I've spoken to my manager because I was not part of the development of this, but there was colleagues who were part of it who have more context on this OPP. But I'm just putting here just to inform members that there's this kind of a plan, but more information will be coming in terms of us now, how we implement this plan as a committee. So this plan identified these 7 thematic outcomes: governance, which now will involve professionalization of public service, local government performance, including implementation of district development model, and also disaster management. And this plan now identified the responsible committees, the PC on public service and administration, PC on planning, monitoring and evaluation, on small development, small business development, PC on appropriation, SCOPTA, COCTA, Select Committee on Finance, and Select Committee on Appropriations. Then this next one, focus area is social services that looks at access to basic services, health, education, housing, electricity, and social security. And responsible committees there is health, basic education, higher education, human settlement, agriculture, land reform and rural development, water and sanitation, energy, social development, culture, transport. The next one is economy recovery that speaks to employment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, support to SMMEs in terms of access to finance, markers, regulatory environment, and the responsible committees there is employment and labor PC, and also women, youth, and persons with disabilities, small business development. Then there's another one, infrastructure development. It looks at water, transport, and ICT. And the responsible committees there that we identify as PC in water and sanitation, energy, transport, communication, and digital technologies. I just want to mention here, Chair, when this plan was presented to us as content advisors or supporting the committees and committee secretaries, I think, I can't remember very well, but the manager mentioned that the responsible committees will be expanded, because if you look at ICT, for example, it doesn't have to be like a tangible infrastructure in terms of buildings, but ICT is also a form of infrastructure, and our committee was then identified as one because we have an entity, SASA, that has a medium-term plans in terms of digitizing its business processes and the applications of grants and everything that they've planned in terms of digitizing its processes. So because of that, this committee may have to look at conducting oversight in terms of the SASA implementing this ICT systems. But I think more will be provided when the committee is formally briefed on this plan by people who are more knowledgeable about this plan. I think, Chair, that was my last slide. I'm hoping that maybe it will assist in terms of us now drafting our plan going forward and also taking the inputs that the members will augment what I've managed to come up with. Thank you, Facilitator.
Yeah, thank you so much, my sister. Are there any comments from the floor? Chairperson?
Facilitator, I just want to know our inputs to this. Is it going to be taken care of when you take over? Like, is it going to be taken care of during the identification of midterm focus areas? What was the, how is it going
Yes. That's where we are like right now.
Also, we are there now?
Yes, that's where we're getting into.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, thank you. I was just jotting notes as we were going along where I could. For example, okay. I thought I was being smart by writing on the actual slides. For example, there is a slide that's talking about, slide 5, that is talking about the continuation of legacy focus areas. And it talks about the interdepartmental coordination to link data. I think this for us is huge in terms of even the information that is being used for the verification of identity verifications that are being done now with the beneficiaries. Because I don't know how we can, whether we need a meeting, whether we need a workshop, I don't know what we need really. I've put here as a joint committee workshop with DHA, and in terms of the facilitation of the verification or the enhancement of the rate or the integrity of information that is needed to make sure that this verification thing is not a burden on the beneficiaries. We depend on the information, for example, that comes from DHA. And that dependence has been compromised by the fact that many people say that the information from DHA takes time for them to be verified, and as a result, they have to go to and fro and without having the verifications finalized. I don't know what we need to do, but I do think that there is something that we can do as an oversighting body to make sure that that happens on the ground. Many people will say that I went and I was told that I was going to get an OTP or something, or I was going to receive something from DHA for my person, for my ID, to be part of this package that will say, yes, you are Bridget Masango, so you can get your grant, or you do not qualify, or something like that. Now, I just put it here to say, do we need a joint committee with DHA to find out how their systems are working in terms of supporting this verification thing? Because for me, it sounds like it's one of the issues that is causing people to be disgruntled or to be inconvenienced when they are doing the verifications. I can't tell you now what are the steps that are followed in doing the verifications, but I know that DHA is playing a role in that process. So I can be guided as to what really needs to happen here. All I've written here is that there is a need for DHA to be brought on board or to be asked to help in any way to support this process, because it's a huge undertaking, and if there are glitches in trying to do it, the beneficiaries are the ones that end up suffering at the end. And the other one that I had made a comment on, but the comment seems to have been deleted somehow on the system, is are you saying on slide 7, are you saying that 25, what are you saying about the 25% of the population living below the food poverty line? It must be reduced by 25% from the current 55%. Because according to the stats that I had, was that it is sitting at 55%. So I was asking myself, what are we supposed to do here? Because it is sitting at 55% for, and I think that is the upper bound poverty line, and this is the lower bound, I take it, this 25%. I think it's 25.2. So I just needed to understand what were we saying, but reducing makes sense then.
Okay, because there was a target in the previous MTSF.
Yes.
Yes, so there's a baseline. So for this time it's 35%, but I'm just gonna flight it as soon as I find that check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I think slide 8, I'm going to go past it, although I made a note to say we need to use cases as case studies, and in the issue of the violence and murder of women, the ones that you were talking about, that you were citing, the ones in Gauteng and so on and so forth, because those are not even the ones that are reported. Those are the ones that reach the media, but they are representative. They are not the only ones that we are having, that are happening throughout the country. So we can use them as case studies, but we do need to find out where is the database, or where is the more information that is actually representative of these kind of cases that are happening in the country. I don't know what our contribution would be in terms of how can we work, who can we partner with to actually, like Honorable Ramaila was even talking about what else we can include in that space. I was just, yeah. And then the one that I really also wanted to mention about is on slide 9, where I was saying that the 55,000 that is the NDP priority. It was done around 2012, right? When the NDP was written. And I'm saying it's based on the statistics that the NDP had at the time. And since then, we've had a huge hike, if you like, but I'm just thumb-sucking that in terms of the social ills have deepened, and so I can imagine that even though we haven't met, the department haven't met, government has not met this 55,000, there must be a need for even more. And so we have a huge gap there to be talking about, as it were. And I think I'm going to stop there because I think, and the other thing that I wanted to say was that the FATF is the Financial Action Task Force. Yeah, okay. Okay. And the shelters, the issue of shelters, this is definitely my last point. The issue of shelters has been bothering me because the shelters have been given to some provinces, especially provinces that have a huge influx of people that need shelters, but nothing has been done about those shelters. And I don't know what could be an oversight exercise that we can adopt as the committee and go back to the issue of shelters. Because you will find that provinces like this one, where we are, have used those shelters, and you have seen the improvement or the impact that has had. It's nowhere near fulfilling what I think we need as a country, even for the Western Cape. But I think where the shelters have been handed over to the minister, like it happened in Gauteng, we need to follow that up. I mean, we were not part of it, but it did receive some traction in terms of media attention that the shelters were handed over to the Minister of Social Development. What has happened, or what is happening? Because I mean, it just happened. We can't expect all of them to have been renovated, and But I think we need some oversight to take place in that. Thank you so much. There's more, but I think I must stop. Yeah. Sorry? I will just, I'll forward the thing. I'll just color them differently so that you can see. And it's also in italics so that you can,
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Marie, and please take the cue from the Chairperson. If you're going to be commenting on these slides, just point us to the page numbers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I just want us to have a discussion about the exclusion of the 18 years old of the financial support, because you are being, someone was your foster parent, and then you become 18 years old, and then there's no more foster care for you. So the only thing that you can do is to go for the SRD grant of 370, and if you are still in school, it is not sufficient for everything that you are needing. So I think we should have a discussion about that thing. And then the discussion that we must have as a portfolio is the increase of the old age and disability grant in line with the inflation and cost of living increase. This is on page, yes, this is, the first one is on page 3 and the other one is on page 4. Yeah? And then I'm just going to give them as I'm going along. No? The Department of Home Affairs, we're having a problem. Before we went on recess, it was in the newspaper that the Western Cape is having the highest rate of children.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you just, what did you want to say about this increase?
Yes, remember there was people that came to our portfolio to discuss this thing of the cost of living of the older persons. So I think we must have a debate around that one. Is the old age and thing with the inflation of the cost of living. Our old people cannot cope with this cost of living thing. Yeah? So we need to have a discussion about that, and what can we do as a portfolio to discuss this thing and say, where do you take this thing from here? Okay. So I'm going to go to page 5, is that the Department of Home Affairs. Before we went on recess, I went here to this department here with a lady that has been struggling for the past 9 years to get the birth certificate of her 2 children. And when I read the thing, the article, they're saying that they have thousands of children without the birth certificates. So it makes it very difficult for the parent to get even a SASSA grant because of the birth certificate. And they don't want to give you that letter to show that you've been asking for the birth certificate, but they're not coming so far. So the parents are lost because the children cannot get a cent. And the Home Affairs is not coming to the party. So it means you should have a meeting with the Home Affairs. The portfolio must come together and discuss this thing of Home Affairs, because it is making our job difficult and it makes children go hungry because they cannot get the social grant. Okay. So, and then my next one that I want to talk about is that how are we going to improve the efficiency? This is page 6, yes. improving the efficiency, quality, and cost effectiveness of the service provided through progressive, modernizing social service management and operating systems. We are saying that we are modernizing the systems, but it does not prevent the queues to be long. We still have the long queues. We still have this thing that people are struggling because when the system is off, people must come back the next day. They must go stand in the queue again. There's no system in place to say because you've been here yesterday, tomorrow you can just come stand in front of the queue, you know, something like that. There's nothing like that. The queue management is not working. And we are saying they're going to modernize this service, they're going to manage it, but it's not being managed. It's just like, it's happening like this all the time, you know. You just go stand in the queue again, you know, you're going to be the whole day again there. And even though it's not your problem, it is the problem of the system that is off, because when the Home Office is off, SASSA cannot work. Because SASSA needs to take the fingerprints and you know what, for them to do their job and to finish a thing. I think we cannot emphasize enough on the violence and murder of women and children. And every day you see, even their own mothers are killing their children now. We should have a national debate about this. And even though we have these things in place, but it's on paper, it's not implemented on the ground. And every day where a father can beat a child for a whole week to death, you know, where community members listen how the child is crying, you know. What is it that we need to do? What must be done? Because you can have dashboards and you can have like the finalization of the femicide, the watch dashboard by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Then it means we must have a meeting with the portfolio with Justice to say, where are you standing now on this dashboard on femicide? Because we don't see any improvements. We don't see things are becoming better, it's becoming worse. So policing must come in, justice must come in, social development must come in. All the departments must basically come in. Women and children and disabilities, that women thing, they must come in. Because this thing is a pandemic, it's a crisis. Because you are not even sure can you let your child play outside, because the child can be kicked at any time and then killed for mere pleasure, you know. And that is where we must come in. We must really, really do something about it, because this is not working. This is really not working on this gender-based violence and killing of our children. And then we talk about the disabilities, disabled people. No? This thing has been in discussion even for years now, and even about the employment of disabled people. But we don't see the empowering of our disabled people. It's like we see them as a sorry case. I will just make an example. I went past the EPWP workers the other day. And this poor gentleman is in a wheelchair, but he's part of the group because he's having his overall on. Yeah? That gentleman is getting a SASSA grant because he's disabled. And if you look at the EPWP guidance, it's quite clear. It is for the poorest of the poor that doesn't have any income to assist in that family. That poor guy is getting a disabled grant, but they are just putting him there as a token, because he cannot rake, he cannot pick up dirt, because it means he will have to go down and pick up the dirt and stuff like that. We mustn't use these disabled people just as a mere token that we are implementing what is asked from us. There is jobs that is capable for these people to go and work. There is places where you can see computer work, whatever kind of work they can do, but they are not being targeted in those positions because they didn't see as a sorry case, you know, we are just complying. It's just a mere fact of compliance. And that is a huge, huge problem that we are sitting with, because this is a thing that's been discussed for many years. And then the one thing that I really want us to look at is the facilities of the drug centers. The drug master plan is here. They are saying but the prevention of the treatment of substance abuse and amendment bill is on page 21. Is a bill that we need to really look closely to, because our drug abuse and things are, because here they say alcohol and substance abuse on page 22. They're saying review of the Prevention of Treatment and Substance Abuse Act drafting of 2025 to 2030 National Drug Plan, Master Plan. They always come up with master plans, but it's not being implemented. And the reason why we're having a crisis in all these abuses, sexual abuse and rape and killings and all those things is because people are high on drugs. They don't even know they are raping their own grandmother because of the state of mind. And I keep on saying that you see the young boys walking in the street mad, talking to themselves. We are not trying to prevent. We are just afterwards, we are just paying these people disability grants because they cannot do anything for themselves. They have a mental issue, and it becomes the problem of the state. And instead of the state preventing this to happen, they are only working with the consequences afterwards. There's no prevention. So we cannot have every time a new drug master plan coming in for the next 5 years, but it is not being implemented because a lot of these drug centers are not even being used properly. So DST is paying them, but it's standing empty. They're not getting, there's nothing, it's only the workers that are there. I can make the example of the one in Botswana that is standing empty, there's nothing going on there. But they have staff and security working there on a daily basis, getting salaries, but they are doing nothing there. The place is just empty like that. That is the thing, it is very, very close to my heart, and CDA, it is not capable of doing anything because their whole budget is going for salaries and for running the offices. So what are they implementing? Why do we have a CDA? Is it necessary to have a CDA if they're not doing anything? You know, we need to talk about these things because we are still with a crisis in our country where old people are being abused because of drug habits, where people's last thing in the house, even food, are being stolen because of drug habits. And we are not coming up with a solution. We are just putting on a plaster where the sore is not healed properly, and we're not getting anywhere. So I'm going to leave it there, Chairperson, because there's a whole document here, but I just took the things out that I think that is most important that I think I would want to talk about. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Honorable Ramaila. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Also appreciate the presentation. Let me talk about there's what we call interministerial task teams, but we don't have inter-portfolio committee task teams. And we've got many of the issues also in terms of the issues that's raised in terms of the parliamentary priority plans, oversight priority plans. Now, in that instance, what is it that we're going to do? For instance, you can look at the priority as far as security and justice is concerned. It mentions many things, but it also mentions GBV, right? That is in as far as the conduct crime is concerned. But the aftercare is social development. But in terms of responsibility, the portfolio committee on social development is not there. And I'm saying there's quite a lot of them that are cross-cutting. Whether Parliament can have a mechanism of where we have cross-cutting issues of some sort of inter-portfolio committee task teams. I'm just thinking about, or a mechanism to find a way of addressing those things, because in most instances, the cross-cutting issues falls within the cracks. So to avoid that, maybe there must be some sort of mechanism. But there's also a matter about the development of guidelines for oversight work program in constituencies, which would mean as a portfolio committee, that kind of a guideline needs to be developed. And that guideline will talk to something that I alluded to as a resource pack. It will basically guideline and capsule the critical strategic issues that all of us, when we go on oversight, work individually and collectively, must not miss those things. And maybe I would say we might have to be guided as to how this guideline is going to be developed and put a timeline on it if necessary. The next point is how government plans is that you'd have a cabinet lekgotla. And after a cabinet lekgotla, you'll have ministerial lekgotlas per departments, right? Now, after that, portfolio committees will then receive APPs of the departments. We are sitting here today almost at the tail end of that process. And how are we going to show that the APPs are aligned to portfolio committee priorities? Because to play our oversight role, our priorities must also be aligned largely to the APPs as well, because we may not be able to achieve certain things if they start misalignment. Maybe there's something that I felt we might want to look at. Similarly, as far as AG report is concerned, I know I've asked Chair in one meeting that even before they could come and present the audit report to the portfolio committee, there's what we call a management letter from the AG's office. And that management letter gives an opportunity to department to address certain things that the department is not clear about them before they can decide whether there are findings. Now we come again at the tail end when there are already findings, and when the chair can be privileged with a management letter, there may be some of the issues that we can be able, or the chair can be able to have a handle over so that they do not become findings. We also need an alignment in as far as that is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you. Yoli, that was a mouthful, so I do have quite a bit here, but what I don't get through now, we'll send in writing. I just want to now start from the bottom up to just tag on what Honorable Ramaile said about the alignment. And if I can use our policies, for example, the policy of the maternal support policy, I mean, just earlier this year, the department said the cabinet basically shut it down because there's no funding for the maternal support policy. Yet it's such a crucial policy, and of course they now have to go back to the drawing board and have this all-inclusive income support policy. But as a committee, we won't know what is all in this income support policy until the very end. And my question then is why can't the committee be kept abreast of the drafting of the draft policy as it moves along, so that we can provide input throughout and not just at the end? So that's just the one question I have, because we can still talk about the maternal support policy, but if Cabinet has already shut it down solely because of funding, not because it wasn't a good policy to have and it's not going to address fundamental problems in child hunger and all of that, it's just that there's simply not enough money. So then coming back to the top, just to add to the Honourable Chairperson's point about the verification and the Department of Home Affairs, I do think to include the Department of Labour in that as well. Because the individuals that I've encountered, many of them have said that the verification system has picked up the fact that they are still working and they've left their places of employment years ago, and then the expectation is on them to go back to those places that they've left. I mean, that they've put out of their mind, they've maybe even moved provinces, and Now they need to go back and get a letter from that company. The company may not even still be around to get a letter to say that they are no longer working. And I think that needs to be corrected. Then, on the issue of SONA commitments, and while ECDs no longer, fall within this social development committee, children still do. They're under 18 and, issues of malnutrition and all of that still fall within this committee. And when the president says there's a commitment that, subsidies need to be 24 Rand, for provinces to just turn around and do their own thing and decrease subsidies to like 10 Rand for the children in ECDs, where as committee do we then step in? Because we've been having this issue with provinces just doing their own thing when it comes to funding of NGOs and so forth. And I understand provinces have their own priorities. But if there is a presidential SONA commitment that it must be this amount, surely there needs to be, that needs to be honored in some way. And if it's going to have ripple effects, on the well-being of the child in terms of, how is that ECD going to be able to feed them and so forth, that is something that I think we can't just let slide. And then on slide, here's the slide.
When you say provinces, you're talking about the DST provincial?
DST, yeah. Well, in this case, it would be the ECDs now with DBE.
Yes.
With DBE, yeah. But I know it's no longer our committee. But if they are still children, they still fall within the Children's Act. Do we not still have some responsibility to them? Yeah. Then on slide 3, when we talk about the exclusion of 18-year-olds from financial support, I do think we need to be specific in that it's while they are still in school. And I think I've even gone as far to call it a school completion grant. And if we're talking about priority number 1, which is jobs, here's this priority number 1, advancing inclusive growth and job creation. With the unemployment rate is already a problem, but without that matric certificate, you're making it even harder on yourself to get a job. And I see it on Facebook all the time, people posting, they can do this, they can do that, and in the comments it'll always come up, but do you have a matric? Because the job we have needs a matric certificate. So again, anything that we can do to keep these children in school until they complete their matric and get that matric certificate, just to give them that little bit of leg up when they enter the job market is important. And I mean, there can be conditions to that. It's not an ever-ending thing. It's if the child is in grade, for argument's sake, grade 10, and they're already 18 years old, give them 2 years to complete their matric. Give them that 2 years to complete the matric. They'll be 20 when they complete their matric. Now you remove the grant, they drop out of school, they never get their matric, and that puts them on a back foot. Then also, I want to argue that one of our priorities need to ensure the capacitation of SASSA officers. And I mean, it's recently come up that they are now at 62% across all departments vacancy rate at SASSA officers. And the impact of their vacancies, especially in the frontline services, client-facing services, is having an impact on the service. It's why sometimes the queues are as long as they are, etc. So I do want to put to the committee that becomes an issue for us to drive, the capacity of SASSA, but not SASSA at senior management, the real frontline service staff that are working with people. The other proposal I want to put forward is teenage pregnancy, because that's another factor. Because when a teenager is, and again the girl, not necessarily the boy is made her pregnant, but the girl has to take off time from school. And again, that puts her at a disadvantage. And not all of them, some of them do return to matric, to complete their matric, but some don't return to school. And while this also involves maybe DBE and health, I do think it's something that we need to focus on with those departments. And even, I know it'll be controversial, but if these girls are not going to go get their contraceptives or family planning at the clinics, why not bring the service into the schools? Maybe the clinic's too far, maybe the clinics don't have, maybe they don't want to be spotted getting it. But to think that every single teenage pregnancy is because they wanted to go have sex, I think it's not all the case. Some of them are victims of sexual assault, and they need to at least take some form of protection in that they won't, fall pregnant as a result of this sexual assault that they're facing. And then, Yuli, when you say there's no legislation for disability, I sometimes wonder, what the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability is doing if we then are still the custodians of who's going to be the main department responsible for drafting this legislation. I mean, they haven't even put together the Command Council and GBV and all of those things. But there's another piece of legislation that's been also long outstanding, and it came to our attention during COVID. And that is the fact that there is no legislation for homelessness and homeless persons.
Can I just get on this one on persons with disabilities? It's just
It's the comment. Yeah, it's comment because,
like non-decided.
yeah.
But should it be earlier that we think maybe we should identify that we do a follow-up on?
Well, you've already mentioned it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fine. But there's also another policy that doesn't exist, and social development is also the lead department in that, and that is the policy on homelessness. And only, I think it's Gauteng and Western Cape, and I'll stand corrected if it's KZN as well, in just maybe the Durban side, but majority of the metros, they will have funding available in their budgets to target homelessness because they have to. It's a crisis in those provinces and in those metros. But without a policy, without the legislation, there's no mandatory process where they must make budget, provinces must make budget available to address homelessness. So in a province where maybe there's not so many metros and you see, very few homeless people, there's no obligation on that province or municipality to put budget aside to address the problem. And I mean, when we saw with COVID and, may something like that never reach us again, there was a lot of confusion as to which sphere of government actually takes responsibility for homeless people. And then it was all left up to whoever to decide who's taking the responsibility. So just to point that out. And then I don't know if it was mentioned, but the chair often mentions, very often in committee, that the Office of the Rights of Children is also something that's not being addressed by the department. And I know you've put in the one thing, the acceleration, yes. But that office that is supposed to sit in the presidency and the premier's office and all that, that's also just standing there, not being addressed. And then when we speak about the natural disasters, in one of our previous committees, we mentioned that we now passed the Fundraising Amendment Act, that's supposed to be an easier way for government to access funds in states of disasters. But it would appear that the minister still hasn't done the regulations to that. And I would like to put forward that we make sure that the minister does those regulations, because otherwise we're just passing bills and then there's no regulations to implement and enforce these bills. And then another disaster happens and then there's this fund that's sitting there that would make the role of government so much easier, and then we still can't access it because there's no regulations. But also we speak about natural disasters, but the other disaster that, for me, that's been quite hectic, and that is the food price shocks that many people are embracing. And I mean, I even will speak for myself. Every day I go to the shops and I'm even more shocked at what the cost of food and things have become. And whether that fits within this committee or somewhere else, but the inflation, as the one member mentioned, and the cost of food is going to render people unable to purchase nutritious food, and it's just going to have a ripple effect on their state of health, their state of the state of hunger in this country, and it's going to push more people into that category where they actually can't sustain themselves because the cost of food has just spiraled out of control. And then just back to SASSA, what I can't understand, and I witnessed it myself, and I'm sure all the other members witness it as well. When the people go to a SASSA queue, they stand in there. Some of them have stepped over, they've stood there from 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning. SASSA's version of a queue management system is to eventually, I mean, that would have been maybe at around 11 o'clock, so they've already stood a few hours. Their version of a queue management system is to give those people a little slip and say, come back in October or come back in November. And then they send them away, and now their queues actually look like it's little people in the queue, but they've sent a huge number of people away to say, come back on another day, only for them to now spend their transport monies, spend their time to come sit at another queue on another day. And I just can't understand, why can't SASSA have, as part of their digitization process, have an online appointment booking system like Home Affairs has? If Home Affairs can do it for all the officers across the country, why can't SASSA do it as well? Because then that would mean the individual can, even with the support of their local NGO or whatever, can go online and book an appointment date to come and see a representative of SASSA. And I don't want to speak about the NDA just yet. We'll leave that. And then maybe the last comment I will make right now on the issue of pensioners, and touching on the petition that we recently heard calling for an increase in the old age grant. And also just in speaking to a lot of people, there's a misconception as to who actually qualifies for SASSA. SASSA is meant for the destitute. And a lot of people think that because they have been working their entire life and contributing to tax, that when they turn 60, 65, they automatically should be entitled to receive SASSA. And I mean, the one woman that I spoke to, she couldn't understand, why, because her husband is still working, so obviously they don't fall within the means testing, that she can't qualify for SASSA. They just don't understand it. And I think we're going to sit, and I think I mentioned it at that committee meeting, we are going to sit in this situation where the pensioners are always going to be on the short end of the stick if we don't address financial education earlier on, or even earlier on, because once you've reached retirement age, if you haven't planned sufficiently, you're going to find yourself up in that SASSA queue. And if we just park the individuals who will never work in their life, who will always be dependents of the state for whatever reasons and various reasons not to get into, if we just put those people aside, but if you look at the group of people who actually are working but aren't saving sufficiently, that when they are finished working, they find themselves in a situation where they have to turn to SASSA for some form of support. Those are the people that I think we should be targeting and the other group as well, to provide financial education. And even if the banks have to come on board to assist government in this, I don't know what to call it, education, but people need to be made aware that SASSA is not this piggy bank that has endless funds, and at some point, making a target of increasing the number of people on SASSA should never actually be something that we need to be proud of, So we need to come up with a solution on how to get more people financially literate to save. And if I can just use myself as an example, I never knew about RAs until I left my house and started working, because the discussion wasn't about RAs in my house. And there are many households where that discussion about finances are not taking place at all. So even if that discussions need to also once again start happening in our schools, I don't know what they're doing in life orientation, but I mean, if that discussions need to happen in schools because it's not happening at home, then it needs to be considered. So I'll leave it there, but it's a lot of work and it's a lot of priorities, and I think that's where the facilitator says that if we plan, we should surely see some results.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Honorable member, Honorable Mahato.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome the report from our new MP. from the new chairperson. Yeah, I just want to highlight one thing on page 34 on social services, access to basic services, health, education, housing, electricity, and social security. It's page 34. Yeah, it's page 34. Page 34, yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah, on number 2.
Sure.
On health, I can see that most of our clinics and our hospitals have got problems. So I think as the portfolio committee, we must have time to visit them in our visit. Whether we can go to the offices, I don't know how can we make it. But in our rural areas, the hospitals and the clinics, they are not fine. So I just want to bring this so that when we are trying to put our things, it must be included. Let me go to education. Most of our learners are taking drugs, and most of them, they are not even reaching grade 12. So it's a problem. But on this one, I don't want to make the matter on the portfolio committee. I just want to say the MPs in our constituency, let's take the police and go to those schools so that we can try to help those learners in different areas. I think on the issue of electricity, in most cases, things are becoming to be fine. So this one, I don't have any problem. Then let me come to housing. After disaster, sometimes we are not up to date to help those people. So I think this must be reported by the MPs. But if you can go on page 20, page 20 speaks more about the issue of the emerging challenges. Yeah, the issue of emerging challenges. So I think the Department of the Traditional Affairs, we must make sure that it do its job, because we find that maybe a particular person is not working, maybe it's an old age, then the house it's painful. Then then so it's a problem. So I think the problem then yes, social security, I think somebody will check on. So at the end, I'm saying we must implement various recommendations to strengthen the oversight capabilities of the Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, you want to go now? Or do you want me to give... Yeah. Yeah, no, I won't forget you. Yeah, let's listen to Honorable Tafede, please.
Enkosi Facilitator, Bulele Eltuba. In page 5, they improve the interdepartmental coordination. It's a long time to sithetha ngalento. In that issue, interdepartmental coordination by linking data system, it's a long time talking that issue, but it's not implemented because if Home Affairs is having people that are stationed to assist those newborn and SASSA take the data from Home Affairs, even on the time of the NSFAS, on the Department of Education, also the human settlement, as social development, we have many disabilities that are not getting any assistance of the equivalent houses for their disabilities. So if the Home Affairs the human settlement is talking to social development, singaphuma lula in this issue of abantu abadisabled abangakwazi ukufumana izindlu ezilungele ukuhlala bona. And this thing of online booking by SASSA is coming to assist the department because there is a long queues there. Abanye abantu abaziwa noba bebafumene nini abantwana. So if real we are going to implement all of those departments to be jointly and coordinate the system. Singaphumela lula. Enkosi Chair.
Thank you. Just on as per Honorable Abrams mentioned about, retirement annuities, etc., and people not being educated on those things. But I almost think, and I'm speaking under correction and assistance in basically clarifying, is that I think that's why government has basically designed the two-pot system. It's not supposed to be to make sure that people don't use all their retirement money and that they actually have money by the time they retire. Because what happens also is they take, every time you leave a job, you obviously take that money and you spend it. And then when you actually get to retirement stage, then people don't have money. So I think that sort of should help, but is it really going to help just on that? And then I think also something that we are experiencing in our communities is when it comes to indigent applications, what are the requirements? Because we have a situation whereby when the individual, so it's almost like the individual decides when do you qualify and when you don't, right? So maybe the individual gets to the house and this person worked for most of their life, obviously, and they managed to improve their house. So now they get to the house and they find that there's ceramic tiles, etc., and now the person doesn't qualify for indigent, but you haven't been working now for the last 5-10 years because now you're an elderly person, you're a pensioner. So those are also the little things that I think we need to look at as well, Like we said, even like the induction pack for us to go and do oversight. Are those things in place? Is there like a pack that they actually say, okay, this is met, that's not met, because it depends on the individual that goes and does that application. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Reverend.
Slalo, we are sitting with a very high GPV cases, and they are not going down with all the plans that have been done. These cases are not going down, and there are a lot of children, our girls, ziyadayiswa ingane ziyathathwa ziphuma ngaphandle kwe-country, and again it's increasing. The crime is increasing, drug abuse is increasing, and I think as the department we should also ask ourselves why these things are increasing. And the basic is the economy. The economy is dead and it's going down. And now we have NDA, of which I think this committee must really zoom in to NDA for the rest of the 5 years, because once we do that, we'll be able to have these cases decreasing. Now, this morning I was at the small business committee, because I'm alternative there. They were doing the strategy, and there is nothing that speaks to NDA at small business. Small business is talking about 5 million jobs that they will do, and it is also saying we will get this, we'll be able to do this through agriculture, the department. They are mentioning departments that they will be able to put all these 5 million together, but they are not mentioning NDA. And that is surprising, Facilitator, because NDA is National Development Agency. It should be the center of even all departments and get all these jobs into NDA. And so if NDA is not properly aligned with small business, and of which is driving the small business component, the enterprise development component, then how is NDA, our NDA, will be able to survive? So I think that is my point on that one. And all of this, I really believe also it's an oppressive system that between the parliament and government, and for 30 years we've been here, and we can't integrate departments and let departments speak to one another in terms of a program, a certain program, in terms of like NDA itself. I think it is not something that is being done, maybe it's a mistake. I think it's been done deliberately somehow. Now, I'm looking at the department itself. I'm talking about systems now. The department, you have a department here of which is social development, and you have us that is overseeing the department. When we campaign, we campaign and we get to Parliament, and when we are there in Parliament, we know the needs of the people on the ground. And we also go every Monday, we go to our constituencies, we listen to people, what they need and all of that. So, but we don't integrate the plan of the government, the plan of the department and our plan, that we sit together and we plan what are the people need. Because when we oversight, I can't oversight on your thoughts, on what you have done as a department. The oversight must be, this is what we've discussed, that it's a problem on the ground. As us, we go to the ground every Monday or on those weeks, we do oversight. We know people are the one. But when I'm performing an oversight, now I'm performing an oversight on your thoughts, on your plan as a department, not on us as we are saying, this is what the people need, and we give them a plan. And we say, go and do this as a department. Also, I don't know. I'm just thinking the system, I think, or my head, maybe it's upside down or something. You know, I can't come to you and say I'm performing oversight on your thing, because whatever you are doing, you might be right, and I'm looking at it as wrong, because I know the people what they need on the ground, and you are doing a wrong thing. But on your plan, you are right, and on yourself, you are right. You know, so these are the things maybe I'm saying, and also. But I think when I was in the Department of Health, I was also mentioning this, prevention is better than cure. Our department is supposed to transform people. And there is no program that is doing that. But there are two entities, the religious sector and maybe cultural sector. They are the ones that sit with people and this is how you grow, this is how you do things in your life. If a woman is fighting with her husband, the pastor comes in try to sort out that. But we do not see that benefit us as the department, while these entities do that in there or support them. Because if we don't, then we will end up on the GPV cases. Pastors, if they don't, we'll end up on the GPV cases, and there will be more cases. And there are a lot of cases that have been dealt with by the pastors, and they end up not coming through maybe to the police and all of that, but maybe they finish in their homes and all of that. And also culturally, the same way. So I think there should be a program that speaks to transformation and through the religious sector or cultural sector, and the department maybe supporting the work that they are doing on the other side, for the people not to actually get into drugs. At church, we tell you don't drink, you know, and if the department comes on churches and say, please promote this, you know, we need people not to get into drugs. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Reverend. Honorable Chairperson.
That I said I was going to send the information on the email, but there was something that I needed to also mention in case the colleagues are, you know, would want to be able to discuss it. We have had a sharp increase in malnutrition cases, and also even the stunting statistics have gone up, although they went up just by one percentage point, 1 point something percentage point, but that is concerning. And I wanted to raise this issue to say, can we, Yoli, you were talking about the mid and long-term sort of planning. I was wondering if we can prioritize and even do oversight on the issue of malnutrition. And the department, what I know about the department is that we have what we call the CNDCs. And the last visit, and Yoli will attest to this, and Lindiwe, is that it's not, the CNDCs that we have are not developmental. You remember we were made to sit in a bus or in a taxi, whatever it is that we're traveling in, while people were rushing to the wholesalers to buy tin fish and things like that, to go and pack them quickly in the CNDC or whatever it is, for us to just think that everything is fine. And this made the CNDCs to be feeding schemes. The development part of the CNDC is not operational, because people come in, wake up in the morning, go to this place, eat and eat and eat, and then go home. There are no gardens that they work in. There are no, well, in other cases there were. But I'm saying we might need to prioritize this, because part of the problem can be solved through what the government has already established in communities in terms of the CNDCs and so on and so forth. But I also am mindful of the, I think it's a strategy or it's a plan that the Department of Agriculture has produced recently, where I don't know how we can partner with the Department of Agriculture. I don't know if we should even, or we should just find out from the department what is it that they are doing in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture when it comes to malnutrition. The last term, in the last term or the term before that, we received a presentation that said that South Africa does not have a food problem, a food availability problem, but it has a distribution problem. And one can identify then what is it other than the CNDCs and also and all those things, how the food can actually adequately and effectively distributed to the people that need them the most, but use the people that are able-bodied to produce food, give them the seedlings, get them to have gardens and so on and so forth. This thing of people using CNDCs as feeding schemes is just counterproductive. And in fact, it's wasting government money if all they do is just eat. And when we got there, people were complaining that the fridge is not working because they depend on the food that they get from the wholesalers. So I just thought I would make this point because this malnutrition thing is going to be the end of this country as the figures are going up and up and up. And we are one of the key players in this space, and we need to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Honorable Reverend, you want to have another bite?
No, thank you so much. We do have a problem in terms of there are entities that are supporting.
Can you switch on the mic, please?
Oh, thank you. There are entities that are supporting the homeless and those street kids and all of that. So the homeless, you'll find that some of them, they stay with them in their homes and all of that because shelters are full or shelters does not accept them. And then they earning those, the individuals are earning maybe those grants, those SRD grants. And there's an accident in where a leader of the house then gave the guy 1,000 rand to pay for the electricity. And then at the end of the month, the grant was cut. Now, it was only a money for the electricity for this homeless guy to go and pay. And then the grant is out now. You can't end grant because of the 1,000. So I don't know these things, how maybe they operate, and if ever we are able to cap it, maybe into 3 months to look at that. No, this person is earning money. There's money that has been at this date of the month is coming through. Maybe then we can then shut the grant out. If ever, maybe for 3 months or so, then to say 1,000 rand, you see just 1,000 rand, and then you cut off the grant of that particular person. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Reverend. Honorable Abrams.
There is one thing that I forgot to mention here, and that's under SASSA. And I think part of the problem is operational, and the other part is in the regulations. And that is the temporary disability grant. Excuse me. And I do think there needs to be scope to make the access to the temporary disability grant in the process, rather than the lengthy process of that grant, to actually look at how to make it easier. Because sending these people from pillar to post, first to the department, first to your own doctor, then to your then SASSA, then to the SASSA doctor, then back to SASSA, I think it's a costly exercise for people, for vulnerable people. And when it comes to the regulation, I stand corrected, the regulation says that you need to actually wait for your temporary disability grant to expire before you can even begin the process again. And if you're now waiting for it to expire before you can begin the process again, I mean, it takes you a while to even get that first appointment from SASSA and then the appointment from the assessment doctor. So there could be months in between where they are left vulnerable if they do in fact, are still eligible to get that grant. And it goes back to, I simply can't understand why there can't be better guidelines, publicly available guidelines for people seeking this grant as to what exactly is going to qualify and what's not. Because, I mean, I remember sitting in one of these committees where it was said that if you have, for example, high blood pressure, but it's manageable with medication, you are still able to work, and therefore you are not going to qualify for the temporary disability grant. However, when you go to the queue and you ask the people, why are you here, what are you looking for? Oh, no, I have high blood. So now it's not I'm not going to be the person to tell them now that they've been waiting this long queue that, oh, you're not going to qualify for this grant. SASSA needs to be telling these individuals this. But you're putting people through unnecessary strain for a grant that they're not going to even be entitled to. And if they knew that up front, they wouldn't put themselves through this. And then the other request, and I know the programs are short. I mean, this term we've only got 3 weeks in Parliament, but to also, again, include outside stakeholders to come and, give briefings to the committee, because it's all good and well to meet with our internal government partners to hear what the departments are doing. But I do think, there are a lot of great work that, like, for example, the DG Murray Trust is doing, and, those outside stakeholders that are making, breakthroughs and things, for them to come and give us briefings, just for us to open up our thinking and, to get creative about how we address some of these challenges.
Honorable Murray.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think we must look into the thing of SASSA, the children's grant of SASSA. When you get a grant from SASSA, automatically you are a government, you basically govern property, because the government is basically looking after you. You will have a situation where a mother's having 6 children, but they don't attend school, but they get SASSA money every month. Somehow, some way, SASSA must come in with something. I'm speaking about my neighbor at the back, in my back street. My house, the yard at the back is the same as we are coming together as my neighbor. This young girl is having 6 children. She's getting 6 money. I don't have a problem that she's getting money. But there's one little boy that never goes to school. I think he's the 3rd one or the 4th one from the top. I think he's the 3rd one from the top, yes. And he's a very naughty child, but he's always not in school. So I keep on asking the mother, what is the reason that the child doesn't go to school? No, the teacher's having a problem and what. But she's getting SASSA money. And there's a lot of children roaming the streets, standing on street corners at the robots, asking for money. Then the mother is standing with the child at the robot. Yeah? But she is getting SASSA money for that child. But she is assisting their children to ask for money because the mother is telling them to do it. You can even go to any robot, even in Mitchellsplein, even in Vanguard Drive, on the corner by McDonald's. There's a mother, a Muslim woman, standing with 3 children. The one is in the hip, the 2 is like this. So you cannot tell me that she's not getting SASSA, but she's learning the children a trade that they don't have to do anything for themselves because they can just go ask for money. That is the one thing that we need to look at. And then also as SASSA, we need to look at this thing of maintenance support, maintenance money. Because a lot of mothers are single parents, but the fathers are not coming, but they are working, And the maintenance is having a backlog, a massive backlog, where the parents, the mothers go to court every time it's being, must come back in 3 months, you must come back. And then the court, the judge, the judge will just decide, even though he's getting a big salary, he must maintain the children with 1,000 rand a month, where he doesn't even look at the expenses of the woman. So I think we must just zoom into that thing, because it can assist us with this huge job that SASSA is having to maintain all these children, and the fathers is getting scot-free from contributing to this thing because of the backlog that they're having in the maintenance department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Any other last comments or inputs from the floor? Thank you so much. It's now 12:46, and I'm told that lunch is ready. But before we go to lunch, I want to ask you once more to look at this. I think we now have 31 items that we have raised as issues that require attention. So I want us to, each one of us, go back to these 31 issues and try and provide resolutions to these issues. So these are problems, some of them are just like observations, but there are those that actually require serious interventions. So I want to request you to, during lunch, think about how we can resolve some of these issues. So obviously we will remember because all of us made an input. So which means whatever input you made, you need now to come back and say, this is how I think we can address this issue. And then what Yodi and I will do afterwards is to like cluster all of these issues. To say, okay, these are the issues that refer to maybe services that are provided to older people. These are issues that maybe refer to malnutrition. These are services or issues that refer to, say, GBV and stuff like that. And then outside of this meeting, we are going to try and craft measurable objectives for those ones, because I don't think we can do it here. Because then it can take us another 3 weeks. But what is interesting for me is that having raised these 31 issues, I'm looking at already at the amount of work that will be required of you as a committee to make sure that these issues are really addressed, they actually receive attention. What the Honorable Reverend was saying actually, reminded me of something, especially, in terms of the relationship between the entity that you oversight and your oversight and your oversighting of that entity. What is it based with? I mean, yes. I mean, what do you base your oversight on when you go out there and oversight the Department of Health? Are you going to oversight them based on their strategic plan, on their APP? Or are you going to be oversighting them based on the lived realities on the ground? But that's where the challenge comes. That's where now we need to be focusing on the lived realities on the ground. And then, because our function as a committee is to make sure that the department delivers what the people require, what the people need, not what the department needs. But then there is this problem that we have the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation that is required to look at the plans of the departments and approve them, to say that, okay, the Department of Health's strategic plan or APP is in line with the vision of the NDP, of the MDTB, medium-term development plan, you see. And if that plan is not in line with that, then it should never be approved, which also means that Parliament should even not approve the budget of that particular department because it's not in line with the aspirations of the government. So that's where the problem is. So yes, indeed, it requires a multi-pronged approach, but individually as committees, we also need to make sure that we exercise our responsibilities without fear, without a favor. So when we come back, I'm going to request you to just for 30 minutes reflect on these things and suggest possible solutions to these 31 areas. So we can now break for lunch. And then we'll come back in terms of the program. We're coming back. Yeah, no, let's come back at 12:30. Is that okay?
1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. Yes, 1:30. Is that okay?
Yes, that's perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Not 2. Do you want to 2? 1:30. Okay, yes. Let's come back at 1:30. Thank you so much. Committee agenda. Suspend. the lunch and for keeping the time. So can we now quickly look at those issues that we raised? Perhaps let me allow my sister to flight them on the screens.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, so those are the issues that we raised, just to refresh our memories. And now we just need to spend the next 30 minutes trying to see what solutions we suggest to resolve some of the issues, or what strategies we can implement to address some of the issues. And at the same time, because now there are 31, we must also reduce them into a sizable chunk that we can be able to focus on as a committee. So some of these things can be clustered into specific themes. That is what we can do now, but for purposes of this session now, let us try and come up with possible solutions or strategies to address some of these issues. And as of now, there's no right answer or wrong answer. It's just a way of saying, okay, if, for example, there are issues around SASA that require SASA to conduct or strengthen its oversight, I mean, that requires the committee to strengthen its oversight on SASA, what exactly are those issues that we want to focus on? And then how can we improve our relationship with SASA as an oversight committee to make sure that SASA delivers on its mandate, to make sure that at the end of the day, people get what is due to them in terms of the law, and which is, of course, their rights. So I'm not going to say, okay, let us one by one give our input, but I'm just going to allow us to voluntarily make suggestions, especially to those areas that you may think require urgent attention. Yes, Honorable Member Abrams.
I just need some clarity. So there's obviously some continuation focus areas from the previous term, the legacy things, that we now didn't repeat for the purpose of this exercise, but they still are relevant today. So this exercise that we're doing, it's going to add on to that. It's not like the legacy focus areas somehow fall away. This is not just adding on to that. Okay. But I do have a suggestion.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Maybe we can separate the legislative items that can be solved through legislation from the operational items. That's just how I see it being separated. Because, I mean, we have very little control really over operational matters, but we do have a lot more control over the legislative matters.
The thing is that we need to have a legislative cluster, so to speak, a cluster that will deal with all these issues that require legislation, enhancements in legislation for the children, for the older persons, for the shelters, for all of those things. All of those things, we cluster them under legislation. Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you very much. I just want to check that one of the social services because the strategy, I need us to visit the clinics and the hospitals. I don't know whether it is there or what. I don't see it.
So can I just get a clarity because those things they fall under the designated portfolio committee on health
Okay.
to conduct oversight in clinics and health facilities. It's outside the mandate of social development. But did you raise it that you wanted to know the challenges that maybe other people experience when they visit the clinics? Or are you raising it in terms of the availability of clinics and the services? Because that will be now under health, not social development.
Or even if the clinics are not clean and also the hospital are not clean, it's not under our social.
No,
okay.
it's under the Department of Health, which now there's a specific portfolio committee to do that kind of
No,
oversight.
thank you very much.
Yes, it was just listed. There, remember, it's a whole plan of Parliament. So different committees have been identified.
Okay.
So in our case, that particular one, what relates to us is social security, which talks about grants and other things.
Okay.
But there are different themes, sub-themes under each outcome area.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Maybe my proposal would be that if we could delineate those cross-cutting matters and refer them to DPME, but they also affect social development in as far as oversighting is concerned. Like I've given an example of the security and justice, where they mentioned GBV as a cross-cutting matter, but in terms of oversight, the social development is involved. So if they can be delineated and request the direction of DPME so that they should not fall within the cracks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other contribution, Chairperson?
I was also going to say that, as just to latch on what the Honorable Ramaila was saying, to say that there are cross-cutting issues where the Department of Social Development leads. For example, we have 20 departments that are in the CDA sort of work, but the Department of Social Development leads those departments, where we were informed that they are not reporting, for example, they are not, the departments are not reporting from their local actually, local LDEX, yeah. Let's just say LDEX for now. It does seem like everybody is my age. They don't remember what to say these things. They just go LDEC on me. So those LDEX. But the DSD is leading. So we are the ones that should take a lead in even doing the work such as making sure that the CDA is empowered. And CDA must be empowered immediately because the issue of drug and substance abuse is so high in the country. So, and we also have things like the strategy on gender-based, gender-based is already here. The strategy on gender-based, we are a leading department and so on and so forth. So maybe we can also cluster those, yeah. like the substance abuse, whatever, yeah, CDA, yeah.
Okay, and Honorable Marais?
I also want to add on that one with the cross-cutting, it is the Home Affairs. Because for us to give children social development grants, they cannot
They
do it
need-
without a
Yeah.
without a birth certificate. Even though the mother and the father got IDs because of late registration, they call it late registration. So that is one of the departments that is also cross-cutting when it comes to that. And the same with the adoptions of the children, where the Department of Justice is coming in, where sometimes there's delay in the Justice Department for these children to be adopted. I think that is one of the issues that we must also put in there.
So yeah, I have a question on this one. So that when we come up with a plan, we need to be sure as to what it is that we want to achieve as the committee. Now, when we say we want to refer these issues to DPME, what exactly does that mean? That are we farming them out to DPME? Those cross-cutting issues around GBV. What exactly is our role as this committee around GBV?
We are a leading a department. We coordinate government action throughout government. For example, there is a national strategy on GBV that has it just been approved or is it coming to an end, that we are a leading department in. So I think I'm not answering your question to say what do we want to do, but I'm saying that is where we are as far as GBV is concerned. We are a leading department. We are the ones that are even coordinating the putting together of the 5-year plan. We are the ones that must coordinate. We are the ones that are in charge of the National Command Center. We are the ones, you know, that is who we are. I'm not sure that I am competent now to go back to your question, because your question is going to lead us to knowing what is it that where we want to put, you know, these cross-cutting issues. But I think the ones that we have there, yeah. Yeah.
Chairperson, can I chip in?
Wait, Honorable Marais, I'm chairing.
No, the thing of it, the gender-based violence.
Yeah, no, wait.
Because the shelters is falling under social development.
Please bear with me. Allow me to chair, please.
Okay.
There's Mr. I'm saying Mr. now. Honorable Ramaila. Then after Honorable Ramaila, Honorable Marais, please. Thanks.
Thank you. I thought you as professional, you'd just find a way of figuring out what they should be. For instance, we are responsible for the drug master plan, right? The implementation plan or the rollout thereof lies with the police, right? And if I visit a police station and ask them, do you have an implementation plan strategy for the drug master plan? They don't have. I can't enforce it from social development. You understand? And those other committees Chair spoken about, that municipalities need to develop, right? To establish, sorry. We can oversight, but we can't enforce the establishment of those committees at the municipal level. Those are the sort of things. Now, with the support of DPME, right, might be the relevant department to assist us in achieving those things. Otherwise, we are not going to, we will develop strategies, but rolling them out and implementation is various departments, not us.
Yeah, thank you so much. You want to add something, my sister?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Owen. I'm just thinking now, I don't know if that addresses what you're driving us at. The minister, I think she then informed us, this committee, that there is a structure that is connected at the presidency that looks into the issue of gender-based violence, that they've been given in 90 days to report back on various departments and what they're doing in terms of addressing this GBV. So I don't know whether maybe that could be where we can then align ourselves in terms of our side, that maybe when that reporting process, the 90 days reporting, the minister also comes and reports to us. Or maybe we do it as an intersectoral briefing as well, in terms of, okay, you reported as this departments, maybe should come and report to us as portfolio committees. Maybe also going to what Honorable Ramaila said, something like a task team of committees, but now we may not say that, we can just say we have like a joint briefing session with these other departments, so it will be a little bit bigger. Even if maybe we do it in terms of maybe 3 departments this week, I don't know how many there are, or 2 this week, 2 again that other week, so it'd be like a structured maybe 2 weeks of oversight on this reporting. I don't know whether that addresses that, but that aligning what is now what's happening, at the executive level.
Yeah, thank you for all this information. So I'm getting a little bit confused, and you will have to forgive me. Chairperson, you say we are the department. Honorable Marais say yes. Okay, Honorable Ramaila says we own the master plan. Honorable Marais says, also there's ownership in terms of the department. But you are not a department, and you don't own that master plan. You see, your job is to oversee the department. So you are not the department. So I think that's where the disjuncture starts. So you see yourself as a department, and therefore you feel powerless because you don't have control over the municipalities. Because that should not be a problem, because you exist in order to make sure that the department does what it's supposed to do. So the department must implement its plan. Now you can refer the issues around planning to the DPME, so that the DPME helps the department to align its plans with the National Development Plan, the MDTP. Not to be on the side of the department, because you are not the department. See? So your role is to conduct oversight. Now, if the police do not have an implementation plan, yes, it's a problem. But it's a problem of that committee that oversights the police. Which committee should make sure that the police have that implementation plan to implement the master plan. You see? So perhaps you may also need to work together with those committees that conduct oversight over entities that are involved in or that contribute to the what the Department of Social Development is doing. But the role is to conduct oversight over these things. So for me, the cross-cutting issues, yes, there are cross-cutting issues, but these cross-cutting issues, we need to do something about them in terms of their implementation, to ensure that they are implemented. Whatever problems exist there in that area, our job is to make sure that those problems go away, because we have all that power as a community, as long as we don't see ourselves as a department, because as soon as we see ourselves as a department, then we lose all the power. And that is why we are saying now, no, but we are powerless, it's the police who do not have, this or that. So we're giving away the real power that we have, that the Constitution gives us to conduct oversight over these entities. So the issues that are cross-cutting, yes, we will have to look at them, but find a way to get them to the relevant entities or committees or structures. But for us, in order to deal with these cross-cutting issues, it means we need to do something. And that something means to collaborate with the relevant committees or the relevant entities or departments, which therefore means that if there seriously are issues around, say, shelters or drug abuse or whatever, and we know that it is our responsibility to make sure that those people benefit, then it means if we know that there's a gap somewhere, we need to say, okay, fine, because we don't necessarily have direct responsibility. Therefore, it means that we need to have a meeting with the portfolio committee on police to make sure that, the police provide what police are supposed to be providing. And in that way, that question that I raised initially, what contribution has the committee made, real contribution in changing the lives of the people, comes to fruition, comes into play. Because then when we ask that question next year, you'll be able to say, no, because we knew that there was a problem on this aspect. What we did was to go and talk to the portfolio committee on police, and then these are the things that happened as a result. And therefore, people are now benefiting in terms of these social development issues. Honorable Abrams?
Thank you. What I maybe want to propose, because obviously you're saying it's oversight. So yes, as the chair also mentioned, let's go do oversight over some of the shelters that have been already handed over in provinces like Gauteng. But okay, so we do, and I mean, we can do oversight also at the CNDCs as proposed. And then, of course, we do our oversight. The report gets tabled at Parliament. Okay, so that's the one portion of it. But I always feel, what next? And I think maybe that's what us as members get stuck in, wanting to take on this operation power that we don't have. Because what happens after that report is tabled? It sometimes just falls by the wayside, it gathers dust. And you have to go back and back and back. So, I mean, that's what within our mandate to do. We can do the oversight on these areas and get the reports tabled in Parliament. Then in the discussions, I think the members feel very passionately about the substance abuse issue. And I can't recall what the department's reason as to why that's the one bill they aren't looking at this 5-year term. So maybe we must get clarity from them as to why they aren't looking at that bill, the amendments to that bill, because it's a long-standing matter from previous parliaments. And if we are saying in our discussions that substance abuse is not the entire reason, but part of the reason why we are seeing so much abuse on women and children, we have people burning infrastructure to get to the copper to support their addictions, and then surely we should put it to the department and ask them to make this a priority for this 5-year term. But then also, what stops the committee from, and I know previously it was said that it's capacity within our committee. So then the question should rather be, then do we as a committee have the capacity to do this as a committee bill? If it's such an important bill. So that's the one question I want to ask. And then, I can't see what was all further up there. But some of the other things, like for example, the school completion grant and all of those, that is as simple as amending the Social Assistance Act. The same with the temporary disability grant. It's amendments to regulations. However, we don't have the power to amend regulations. Only the minister has powers to amend regulations. And I think for stuff that rests with the minister, like regulations, and the same with the fundraising thing, I would maybe want to propose that a simple letter, well, not simple, but a letter to the minister from the chair on behalf of the committee to actually ask when will this be done? Can we agree on a timeline by when it can be done, so that we hold the minister accountable on a timeline that we've both agreed to. So we don't make it, unreasonable, understanding that there's a lot to do, but we make it a reasonable timeline for her to meet some of these obligations that she has to meet. Unfortunately, I can't. Maybe we must just scroll up and down that list so we can see again and remember. But that's just all I can remember right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you made that suggestion. I wanted to make it, but I thought maybe looking at the 31 items.
No, I mean, I'm sure we'll,
Yeah, no.
we'll be quick.
I'm happy you made that suggestion. Let's go.
Read.
Oh, read.
Yes.
Okay.
If maybe I can just say it here, just like this one paragraph, it's all about the social assistance program, if I can safely say, because it talks about SASA, it talks about the documentation of children, verification, it talks about that's the people when they go. Remember, SASA had said if you don't have a document, you can request a proof that you applied for a document from Home Affairs. But now what is coming up is that even that the people are not assisted by the Department of Home Affairs. So already it's under social assistance program is now a issue that we're raising. Yes, okay. And then sorry, ma'am? DHA must come to us? Yes, yes. Okay. So these are the issues that are coming. So they involve DHA, they involve employment and labor in terms of the database. And obviously... The UIF situation. Okay. Department of Employment and Labor, UIF. Okay. So we're already looking at that intersectoral thing when it comes to social assistance program. Okay. All right. I just read that. Maybe the members can interrogate this one.
Right.
And my understanding is SASA is supposed to give us a regular update on this verification matter. So we can follow up on when we're getting our update, because in all of this should also be included in their update to us, how far they've come with these departments, because the verification process, it's going to be an ongoing thing, and they need to give us, commit to either it's going to be quarterly or whatever it's going to be, the updates, progress updates.
Oh, please use your...
Oh, sorry. I get so excited.
Please.
No, I was saying, when we saying what we are going to do, we mustn't limit it to verifications, because it's a general thing that people say, I received 1,000 rand from my sister who is a member of parliament, and then I was denied a grant because of that. We need to understand, first of all, from SASSA themselves, but also we need to get to unlock this bottleneck that comes from DHA, Department of Employment and Labour, so that, this is why I was saying, let's have that interaction with them, whether it's a joint meeting where they will address us, their understanding of their role in making sure that social assistance is a success in this country. Because you don't know, maybe some of the queues are just because of that. People want to go to SASSA and say, I don't understand what you're saying, you know. So I'm saying, let's do it as a all-encompassing sort of action to say, we want to meet with DHA and make that our oversight channel.
Honorable Marie?
You see the gentleman that was sitting there.
She told you.
Oh, sorry.
The gentleman that was sitting there, I sent him now to go and lunch because he didn't go and lunch. He called me to say, I want to tell you something. I said, yes. I think SASSA is very unfair because they say you must have the new phones for the verifications. What about the people that does not have that? They can exclude our poor people. Then I want to speak about this thing of Department of Home Affairs. The Department of Social Development and Home Affairs, after I made a suggestion to say that when a baby is born, Home Affairs is at the hospital to register your child, no? If it's not a late registration, and if there is someone, why don't SASSA give them the same forms of SASSA? Some are applying for the child, for SASSA, for a child grant, no? They've implemented it in some other places, not everyone. We need to get an update also on that thing, because the last time SASSA didn't make the target for newborn babies till 1 year old to make the target for SASSA thingies. So they must give us an update between them and Home Affairs. How far do they collude now to do this thing one time, or what is happening?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing is that there's agreement that these issues that we're talking about now are issues that can be clustered under a social assistance program. And what I'm also hearing is that what we want to do is to have oversight engagements with these various entities. And now these oversight engagements will involve, some of the agenda items would be what Honorable Marie is raising. The issues of SASSA, is it SASSA or Home Affairs, expecting people to use smartphones, you know? So those will be in the agenda of your engagement. So, but what we want to see is this committee having those engagements with these various entities. Ne? So how you want to do this engagement, we can suggest that you can have 25 engagements with this particular issue around social partners. And then you decide in a quarter, you are going to have so much of those engagements. And then you will also decide in terms of the agenda items that we are going to be discussing in those various engagements. So in that way, at least, even the issues around follow-up becomes very, very easy to manage. Because in those engagements, you come to your agreements, people make commitments, and those commitments will have to be followed up. Thank you so much. Let's go to number 2.
Yes, ma'am. Just number 2 is mainly about, see, I already, I think I preempted this process, so I've already, the numbers are for focus area. So number 2 would be on GBV F, which F is femicide, like I said.
Yeah.
Okay. Here the issues that were raised, that the use of the cases that are reported as case studies on violence on children and women, and also the need for the committee or to maybe to push for this survey, yes, on national prevalence of GBV. I think it's something similar with substance abuse. And also, I think this also speaks to Justice saying we're developing that dashboard. So maybe it can involve that as well, because it speaks to knowing, what exactly the extent of we know what is reported, but it's not in a formal service that we have even with others, so that it can be proper planning. And then, okay, there was a suggestion of a national debate, but I'm thinking it also relates to us having intersectional briefings on GBV. And then the departments that I mentioned was Justice, DSD, Police, Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. I think under GBV, I need to include men. I'm just going to say that we balance it off by having also a focus on boy child and men. And boy child.
Honorable Marie?
I just want to find out.
Microphone, please. Microphone, please.
This is a question. I don't know where it's going to fit in. No? Human trafficking. No? Just last week, we found that 200 young people went to go work in China just to find out they were trafficked to do work that they were not supposed to be doing. I'm not sure how we can incorporate that thing there with this gender-based violence because of the unemployment that is so high in South Africa. People went for work permits overseas, but when they got there, it was like something else. They were put into camps to go work in sweatshops and all those things. So I don't know, I'm not sure if it fits in here, but I just want to bring it to your attention that that is also a problem that we're sitting with, except just gender-based violence.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chair. I just want clarity by including men and the boy child under this topic of GBV. Are we referring to the education of the men and boys as in to not, okay, because I just want to say I don't dispute that men and boys cannot be victims, but the priority is still women in this because they are the ones almost being hunted for sport when it comes to GBV. But thank you for the clarity.
Okay, thank you. So, are we therefore saying that we also agree around this clustering of having a GBV cluster? And that also in the same manner that it's going to happen with that first cluster, even here we want to have engagements with the various departments and various entities, those who are responsible for this thing. Yeah, and that there will be those engagements, and then when those engagements happen, of course, specific issues will have to form part of the agenda items that will be discussed in those engagements. Now, the issue around the trafficking, I think when I read Ms. Yolisa's document before I came here, she had also identified some of the focus areas. And one of the separate focus area was on child-targeted violence and human trafficking. So, which therefore means that we can also have another cluster that will cater now for the child violence and human trafficking, as separate from GBV. Is that agreeable? Are you agreeable on that? Oh, okay. So you can talk more to that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that guidance, Chairperson. Yes, I had already included this one. So as members are talking, I'm thinking now maybe the issue of that that intersectoral protocol I spoke about. we can now put it here, and maybe we get more oversight on its implementation and which departments, because it says intersectoral. So it means the various departments that are identified for intervention, in terms of this child-targeted violence, and also include the issue of trafficking, because there's also another one that we need to maybe include here, the online one that I spoke about, that through Facebook, the children are being sold. Yeah, using the... Yes, and I know there was a presentation that was done by DSD in terms of the use of social media. I think we're having a briefing on teenage pregnancy, and they presented, the department has partnered with, I can't remember which organization it is, but in an international body that now are starting to look at how children, through using social media, are lured by these old men, and eventually they meet up with them, and then sexual violence happens to these kids. So through those social media platforms, that this thing also finds it's happening through that one. So we have a big issue here where it involves, now we know, cases of parents themselves, selling their children. Cases where children are sold by parents through social platforms, and young teenagers, or should I say young adults, not being wise enough, being exposed to a kind of sexual abuse, but through social platforms as well. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking from here. But I think what we need to look at is that intersectoral plan, and also maybe see if maybe other departments are involved here. Because I know there is, I think there is an act on human trafficking, but I'm just not sure which department it belongs to. So maybe we can also look at that and see what that act says when it comes to human trafficking. And also look at the issue that when these people who are trafficked are rescued, DSD comes in, because they must be put into safe care in shelters. So now we have a role of DSD in terms of making sure that these children are rescued and they are accommodated. So that's another area we can look at. Because I know when we went to the Oversight in Gauteng, we visited this one center that also accommodates victims of human trafficking. So I think that the GBV, human trafficking, they're interrelated somehow. You can't separate them completely.
Thank you so much. So now we have 3 clusters that we've identified. Do we want to identify more as we go through this list?
I wanted to say something, Chair, through you. Yes, before I forget, on that one, number 7, which I think also speaks to the somehow to social assistance program, the issue that was raised by Ms. Abrahams about long-term savings. This was addressed in this white paper on comprehensive social security. Remember, it was gazetted and then it was withdrawn. I don't see it being featured now with this new, because it spoke about voluntary savings and mandatory savings. And the objective was to actually do exactly that, encourage people to save, for post-retirement. But I know there was a lot of issues regarding this white paper. Maybe that's why it's not here.
Yeah, so that white paper, I remember that most of the response from the public.
Chair?
Oh, I forget this. I'm taking myself to be just relaxed here, working. So.
Sorry, Chair, the reason is there is that recording on YouTube.
Oh,
that may
sorry.
assist us, yeah.
No, I was saying I seem to remember that white paper, one of the reasons, I don't know all the reasons, it was withdrawn was that it was said that it had not been well, what is the word? Sorry? No, it had not been well consulted. You know, it came as a big bang and so on and so forth. But also, I mean, I think there was an outcry that people are unemployed. Where are you? And also the percentages that needed to be saved and so on and so forth. People were just like, are you out of your mind type thing. So, but I think if it's now just quiet and I think a baby has been thrown out with the water, because the fact remains that savings is really needed, because some people are already experiencing the fact that they've been unemployed for so long. Now they are at retirement age, and the grants are not meeting their needs, and they are just now languishing, as it were. So I think I don't know how we can, what our role would be in terms of reviewing the concept. Maybe discard then the facts, the information, the actual information that was given, but don't throw the concept away with the, you know, with how it was handled, as it were.
Chairperson, I'm going to request you to change how you see yourself.
How do I see myself?
You see, you just said now we need to review this thing.
Okay.
I don't know how we can review this thing.
Yeah.
You must tell them to review it.
Yes, no, you're right.
So that is another clustering, social security. So all of these issues that pertain to social security will be dealt with under that cluster of social security. So whoever needs to review a document will be told to go and review the document, and they must commit to having reviewed the document by such and such a time. And then if they have not reviewed that document, then they will be held to account. Hold again before the committee, and then, be made to account. And then things will happen. So you see, from where I'm sitting, I think the problem is you, the committee. You see yourself as a department. You see? And that is why things are not moving. So as soon as you see yourself as an oversight authority, then things will change and things will start happening. So, okay, so there's an agreement there on that one of social security. Yeah. Okay. So we will, when we craft the indicators, craft a similar indicator, because even here, all you need to do is to engage with these people. Let them account in terms of what they have promised to do, in terms of what is happening on the ground. And then they must commit to change how they do things. And you crack the whip, and things will start happening. Thank you so much. So we'll also craft an indicator here around, the number of engagements that you are going to be having with these various role players. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to go back. I see now I jumped number 5, which addresses the issue of shelters.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes, because here the issue that was raised was the shelters for victims of gender-based violence. Maybe we can go up there. Yes, but at the same time, I can do that. But also we have an issue of shelters when it comes to rescue or as an intervention during disaster. That area that we spoke about, that COGTA also has to play. It's not a sole mandate of DSD. We can look at, and also in terms of homelessness, in terms of shelter for homelessness as well. So that can be addressed here, not necessarily as under GBV. Yes, so that's what I'm thinking under this one.
Microphone, please.
I think Honorable Doctor must just do it.
We've got a job, Honorable Mahato.
Yes, truly, I will just work.
We have some kind of a dashboard as the committee. We call it the resolutions tracking document. Some of these things, I think they belong there. And maybe all the action that needs to happen is to update our resolutions tracking board, tracking tool. Am I right? Not.
You are right, but that tracking tool come after.
Okay, after
After
the actions.
After the engagements.
Oh, okay.
So there'll be the engagements, and then there'll be promises made and resolutions made.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
No, you're right. You are right. Then I don't know what to say.
Then we can allow Ms. Honorable Marie.
Okay, Chairperson, talking about the shelters there for disasters. If we look at our country, is becoming more disastrous because every time there's disasters happening and we are not prepared for these disasters, I think we should have a plan for when disaster struck. Because the last time we had a bill where we put the monies together of the president, I keep on forgetting the bill's name. What is the name, Alexander, again? That bill for the disaster that's coming from the president's office. Fundraising, yeah. There is such a bill, there, they put the monies together and the what. It's a bill, no? It's a bill, a sign, yes. So we need to make a bigger provision for disasters because we're going to the rainy season in the Free State, KZN and Eastern Cape and that places. And that is usually where the disasters is usually happening. And I always say where I'm coming from, Mangaung, there's a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah? Because there's nothing in place on the municipality sites. And I think they need to bring the municipalities in because the municipalities all got disaster departments, but they don't have the funding or the mechanism or even a black plastic bag to assist when your roof goes off. There must be some communication with municipalities and the provinces and then also national on how we're going to treat these things when it comes to disasters. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
On that item yet, I wanted, where do we have that area of the rehabilitation centers? Substance abuse. If we do nothing, if we do nothing at all, I want us to go to Botshabelo.
Yes, and to view that place.
And to see, because we will have failed in our work. Because I can imagine a situation where a community that has so much substance abuse has a rehabilitation center that is, according to the Honorable Mare, a state of the art.
Yes, thank you.
That has employees that sit there day in, day out, get paid, but it's not operational. I think the kickstarting of us knowing what's going to happen, and I can be advised by this meeting, but something has to happen physically, has to happen for us to bring this issue to the center, because she has raised it without fail every meeting we've had. But nothing has happened.
That visit should be unannounced.
It must be unannounced, otherwise they're going to prepare themselves. I think we must just take our flight tickets, take out, organize the transport and just go there.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Chairperson, I think we must just go. As long as it's in the minutes, I think we must go.
I guess it falls under substance abuse as well.
Yes.
But it's an immediate action that can
Yes.
be done, because I don't know.
No, if you are making your program, I think let it be the first one, so that we can go there.
Thank you, members. Sorry, where were we? Oh, sheltering. Okay. We did social security. Oh, is it him? Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Honorable Peters.
Thank you. Just to go back to the disaster management, the effects of climate change is real, right? And like the MP mentioned, like on all governmental levels, be it provincial, etc., and a local government, they need to have a plan in place to combat climate change. So we must then just ensure also, and then basically have that relationship with the Department of Fisheries and Forestry and Environment, then to make sure that they obviously ensure that on all spheres of government, their plans are in place for disaster management.
Sure, thank you so much.
Thank you. Then we're gonna go. The next one will be number 7. Number 7 is okay. It's all about challenges at SASSA in terms of its systems and the whole issue of digitization. So members, I think it also came up under social assistance. Maybe we can separate it if members agree. I don't know. Because on number 1, we're talking mostly about, the access of beneficiaries to these systems and the impact. But this one, number 7, speaks about the SASSA's efficiency as an institution in what it plans to do to modernize its systems. So maybe it can be a separate oversight area. I don't know.
So for me, the question is disaster funding something that has to fall, does it fall under social assistance?
Yeah. The fundraising
Yes.
act
Yeah.
is the act of belongs to the social development.
Sure. So which therefore means that it has to stay there under social assistance program. But now when we design our plans for engagements, then we must also look at the subject of engagement. So are we now going to be talking about infrastructure issues that pertain to SASSA, etc., etc.? Are we going to be talking about the systems? Because look, for example, for SASSA alone, there are so many aspects that you can look at. You see? So you need, therefore, to be able to plan what you want to focus on for this visit. So, for example, the first visit, you look at the issues around queuing, as an example, which is an administrative issue. And then second visit or engagement, you look at other aspects. Your systems, how do they work? Are they efficient or not? So it will all depend on how we structure the plans, but what we want to have at this level of planning is to ensure that there will be those engagements. Yeah. So, but the subject of the engagements are things that will have to be decided operationally. But even those ones will have to be planned so that there's a plan that says these are all our commitments in terms of oversight for this committee for the whole year. And of course, there will be things that we have to change here and there because of, life is not always perfect. Yeah. Honorable Abrams?
Just for clustering now, it's obviously further somewhere else on the sheet, but maybe under the SASSA infrastructure, you can put in the capacity challenge as well, because that is also still operational, the officers' capacity problems that they have and what they are going to do. Because, I've been seeing on the SASSA WhatsApp channel, there's all these posts that's been put out, a lot for, once again, senior management. It doesn't necessarily deal with clients. And, yeah. Maybe just, sorry to add, Lindy, under office capacity, we could also put office resources, because some of the officers don't have all the required resources.
Okay, Honorable Ramaila, then followed by Honorable Marais, then followed by Honorable Chairperson, Reverend Chairperson.
No, thank you. Yeah, maybe as a committee, we could have the SASSA's modernization plan and rollout plan.
Yes.
But what we need to have on our part is the monitoring and evaluation strategy on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Marais?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are talking about capacity, but we are not forgetting the fact that there is not enough human capacity, because all the departments that I've visited, they do have these outreach programs. So when they have these outreach programs in all the small areas, the office suffer because there isn't enough staff. People are leaving, but they don't bring people back that is leaving. So people must do 3-4 people's jobs. So the human capacity is not there, because even though they do outreach, the queues remain long in the office because they don't have enough staff in the office. And that is the problem. And if you look at the whole situation here, that DSD and portfolio of social development is like the mother hen. And all the children around there must come back to the mother hen. I don't know how to illustrate it, but it's like that. Even if the cat is going to do something wrong, it's going to come back to the portfolio of SASSA, social development.
Yes, that one about human resources, it's an interesting one, because then how do we solve it? Do we instruct the departments to employ more, and they tell you don't have the budget? Do you instruct or do you talk to National Treasury to put more money? So, but those are the things that the committee will have to grapple with in terms of seeing how to, make sure that people on the ground do not suffer because of these problems. Yes. Honorable Makato, you will have your chance after the chairperson. Thank you.
The chairperson come after me. Okay. Now I want to say they need to be motivated. They need to be educated. They need to be motivated so that in future things must just go right. Because the office human capacity and resource challenges, they need education, they need motivation. So I think we must just face on that number one. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, I was going to say that we had a situation where on the letter, I can't remember where that letter was coming from, but SASSA was very clear about the shortage of human resource capacity at local offices. Now that is coming out of SASSA themselves. So it's a case now where I need to be guided as to what can be a oversighting action from our part, because you cannot in one WhatsApp say you want long queues to be reduced, you want people to be treated with dignity, you want people not to have multiple trips to SASSA, when you know that SASSA is operating at 50% capacity. What is it? Because that is coming out of SASSA. It's not a rumor. So what then can this meeting, in this document, what can we say needs to happen? What can we do? Because I'm trying to run away from thinking of myself as being SASSA. I've been told I'm not SASSA.
Yes, Chair, you just reminded me, in my presentation I spoke about one of the areas that we need to conduct oversight on. There's human resource plan of SASSA that has been long coming, but now it's one of the priorities for this term. So to see that this plan gets to finality, and then of course we get presented to us and see how the plan addresses the human resource capacity challenges in SASSA.
Okay, can we move on? Number what now?
We go to number 8.
Also, Mr. Howe, I'm thinking of the infrastructure as well. Would it be part of the dignity infrastructure type thing? Because people get there and they stand, where is that office that we went to? In Belleville. They're standing just outside, just on earth. Like there's no shade, there's nothing, there's just nothing. They're just standing there. Children, you know, the whole thing. And I'm saying until that human capacity thing is sorted, we will not see a movement in the queues. Because even if there is a queue management system, that queue, once a person is told to go to counter number 6, there must be a person at counter number 6. If there's nobody, the person will stand up in the queue, undignified, in the inclement weather, till tomorrow and the other day. So I don't know again what we as the portfolio committee can put in our strategy. How other than just to say employ people. Thank you.
Maybe to add on to the discussion, and we've seen it in Home Affairs now, I think what SASSA needs to do and what we can maybe encourage them to do is some of the services that doesn't necessarily need to rest with SASSA can be outsourced to banks. So now more SASSA beneficiaries are using the banks. When you go to a bank to get your 3 months bank statement, you get that from the ATM with a stamp. Surely, because once again, sometimes a lot of the general inquiries that are coming there is they need a confirmation that they are SASSA beneficiary. So something like that you don't need to go and wait at an office for to get your confirmation that you are a SASSA beneficiary, can be gotten at the ATM when you draw your grant or something, or the statements can be raised in there. But I know they are focused on, going digital and using technology, but they haven't just been very clear as to what it is exactly they're going to do. It's very cryptic, the modernization plan. And maybe they just need to break it down and see how they're going to partner with other established stakeholders to try and outsource some of the services that they don't necessarily need to be doing.
Excuse me, when we were talking about the modernization plan that the Honorable Ramaila was talking about, and the more we're talking modernization and improvement on things, I would like for us to have a situation that looks at the people that won't be helped by that modernization plan. The people who, the more modern we get, the more we exclude a whole lot of people. And that, of course, are the people that are in the rural areas and so on and so forth. That we must make sure that we beef up that side of our population or of our beneficiary base, where people are now going to be able to be getting their money through, for example, just tapping from yesterday's meeting, from the e-wallets or all these things that you get when you have a certain type of phone and everything. How do we just include a bullet on what we have already to say this must match? It can't be that it's an add-on to say, oh, by the way, there are people that, and then we think of, quick fix things that are not sustainable. When we think about modernization, it must be modernization that is inclusive in nature and in access. And I don't know what it is at this stage, but also I don't have to know what it is because I'm not an implementer. I am a person that exercises oversight.
What you need to know, Chairperson, is what those entities are doing to address those challenges.
Yes.
So, for example, I'll give you a chance, Honorable Mahato. For example, if they don't have enough employees to carry out their duties, what are they doing about it? Or what have they done about it? Have they requested for extra funding? Or they just threw their hands up and said, no, we don't have, people are retiring or are leaving, but we don't have money to replace them with. So it is their responsibility to make sure that they have adequate resources. It's not your responsibility, it's their responsibility. Yours is to say, look, but okay, yeah, you know that people are going, you know that you have money, you don't have money, but what are you doing about it? What have you done about it? And they must show you proof of what they've done. And then if indeed they've done something about it and they just hit, like, a dead way, then you can assist them in one way or another as a committee. But basically, it's their responsibility to look at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Why can't we include the two sentences together, the last one and that one? Just go down then. And number 1, 2, 3, 4 from the. Why can't we include the two sentences? Because both sentences, both of them, they speak about modernization. Why can't we try to combine them? Okay. Can you hear me?
Okay, let me just put the numbers, then I know which one you're referring to, not the bullets, or maybe AP, yes. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's number, man. It's D and G.
D and G.
Yeah, D and G. I think we can come with a way to contact them so that it can be one sentence.
I would leave it to them. They must do the. Now I know who I am.
Yeah.
I will not be going around and say, do you know who I am?
Yeah. But you can see that if you
They
can
will
try
do
to make them, they will be right.
No, they will do it.
You will do it.
people who get paid for this do it. Okay, can I proceed to 8?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. 8 is on the rights of persons with disabilities. We looked at the issue of their employment. We looked at the issue of empowering these people not to just be used as tokens or fronting in low-paying jobs. To make the grant, the disability temporary grant, what is it called now? This, yes, to make the process a bit easier and not tedious and long.
Which is part operational and part, like I say, regulation.
Okay.
That's the control for regulation.
Okay. Then the guidelines on the eligibility of the grant or some awareness of people. So that was discussed under rights of persons with disabilities. So already I hear regulations. Application. Easier. Temporary Disability Grant, TDG. Okay, I think some of the issues are already covered there. They mentioned already what aspects we should look at. The employment, they are empowering, I don't know. Is there anything I need to add here?
Under I don't know if it's a regulatory, it's in the regulatory framework, but this thing of employment of persons with disabilities, remember the Department of Social Development is leading, but that doesn't mean that they are doing well. They're just leading in a very ridiculous environment. So I need to know what our role can be to, or is that the point that was made earlier on? What our role can be in collaboration with the youth, the Women, Youth and Persons with Disability Department, to take it out of it being a box ticking exercise to being a real development thing. I'm not sure what role we can play, but the fact that, I mean, the figures are not good at all. But social development is still high in a bad situation. And I don't know that we can just turn a blind eye to that, or is it going to be not in the medium to, or immediate to medium term for us to look at, or is it something that we can obviously pass the bag to the person that must do something? I'm just wondering. It's a concern.
I'm just thinking, Chair, that's why I wrote reporting on the employment. The point I made earlier that there is a white paper and there are regulations that I think were revised on the implementation of that white paper. I think when I was helping you with this, that's when I learned all of this. So there are regulations that were passed, I think this year, that actually revised the percentage of from 2 to 3%. That's one area we should target in terms of how the department is doing in terms of achieving that 3%. But I think also look at what Honorable Maria was saying. It's all good to say they're employed, but employed at what levels? And with SASA, when I was doing that I was assisting you there, at least their table shows how many are employed at this salary level, how many are employed at this salary level, and what gender, what race. The department was lacking in that kind of detail. It just said so many people with disability are employed. But you couldn't tell at what level, at what race and at what gender, is it female or male? So maybe we can look at those regulations, how the reporting according to the regulations. I'm just going to write it there. I know the regulations, I did specify them in that paper that I prepared for you. Maybe that's one aspect we can look at.
Talk about the disabled is that there was a time in South Africa where everyone was forced to implement this, even the railing for people with wheelchairs to go up, and the toilets must be for disabled people. But then after that, the whole thing just faded away. You don't even see many shops anymore that is having that included into their shops, because it was just a phase they went through, and then it is quiet. No one is following up. Are the people implementing this thing for disabled people? Is there disabled toilets? Even at SASSA's office, where I'm from, Bloemfontein, there is a step that you must come up before you go to the office itself. There isn't a ramp where you can push the wheelchair up. So the wheelchair people are struggling to go up there. So that is, even the departments, they are not complying with this regulation that you must have a pathway for the people in the toilet for disabled people. So they must make that thing again. It must be implemented, or otherwise you get a fine or something like that, you know. The same with the HIV/AIDS campaign. It started and then it died down and no one is talking about it. The same with the disabled thing. It was implemented and then it just died down. There must be rules and regulations to say, for you to open an office, you must have these criteria to open something, you see. So that it's more accessible, because even if you can do the job, but because there isn't, like I spoke to an old man, not an old man, but he got a job from floor 12. But the majority of the time, the lifts were not working. And this guy, the problem with his back, and for him to go up 12 stairs, the time he get to work, he's dead already, you know. But because he was in his late 50s, almost early 60s, something like that is, how do you make sure that these things are operating? How do you make sure that people are comfortable when they go to their workplace? That's basically it. Thank you.
Sure. So you see, hey, this is a sad experience for me. If SASSA also has had those kind of challenges where they do not have ramps, then really there's a serious problem. No. Because then, how do they service their beneficiaries who require to get to their offices, who do not use, who use assistive devices? So SASSA itself has a problem, but we too, as a committee, has a problem, because we know about these problems. Yes, ma'am?
Can I respond on that? SASSA will just tell you that it is the Department of Public Works that's giving us these offices. The public department will give us these offices. It's not complying. There's not enough toilets, because it's a compliance that you must have to have an office of SASSA. They don't have that criteria. People still in the sun, in the rain outside, you know. There isn't anything. But SASSA is the one that is saying these things, but they are not implementing the things that they are saying. Because they're going to use the excuse, Public Works is giving us this office, there isn't another office space. They are going to look for another office space. But they've been there for a few years already. So that is the issue that they are using as Public Works.
So how do we solve this problem? How do we solve this problem? Because look, why do we have Parliament in the first place? And why do we have all of these committees who are supposed to be conducting oversight and making sure that things happen on the ground, and only to find that nothing is happening on the ground? the Reverend is going to be campaigning. and he'll be campaigning, you know, within those spaces that do not have these facilities. But he'll be telling people that, no, we're going to be fixing these things once you get us into power. Yeah. And then the Reverend gets into power and still nothing happens. It's really a sad story. But perhaps we just need to look at these things differently and perhaps do our work differently as well. Yes. Because as this committee, you know who the culprits are. The Department of Public Works, the police, so and so and so and so. These are your colleagues at committee level that you can collaborate with. Say, look, but you guys, you seem not to be doing your job because your job affects our job. And try and find, you know, a way to work together towards resolving these problems. I don't know. Yes.
You know, if I may, there was a meeting that we had, just to give you the environment in which we are operating. I mean, we are nowhere near doing our job as a committee at a level where we need to be. But let me give you an example of a meeting that sat where we had the Department of Police doing what I think you are saying we must do, to call these colleagues of ours into a meeting and say, tell us, why is this happening? So on that day, the meeting was about the Older Persons Amendment Bill. And we then said, because in the bill itself, there is an encroachment of some clauses into the mandate of the Department of Police. And so one of the things that I want to just lift for you, Mr. Paweni, is that we said when a person is removed from a place that is posing a risk to themselves, they must be. I think it was the law, the bill that was the bill that was saying they must be removed to the police station. The three generals, not just anyone, generals, people out there who you get four words before you get to their names. They said to us, the police station is not a conducive place to take a person who has just been traumatized. Because while they are sitting there, because there's no space, a gangster walks in, a rapist walks in, that person is going to be further traumatized. Yes. So we have, I'm not saying that we are helpless here, but I'm saying here is the environment that we are working in. And if you can come, not with a silver bullet or anything, just something that says, committee, can you start here?
This is my personal view, no? My personal view is Parliament is too far from the people. No? Because we make laws, we implement laws, but we don't know what the laws are doing on the ground. You know? So my problem is, for me, I always say, for me, being a councillor is much better because I work within the communities where I'm deployed. You can see all the problems from water to sewage, everything. Oma doesn't have an ID and whatever. But Parliament is here. You get the province, but the province is not really doing anything because I don't even know why they are there. And then you get the council, you know. The council are more on the ground knowing about the things. But Parliament is too far from the people. Too far. And by going and doing oversight, they see you that time, they are very happy, but they know nothing is going to happen because you're not going to come back and report to us of what is really going to happen. That is the most important thing. We are a councillor, he reports a problem, he goes back and see, is the problem resolved? Or must they still come back for the problem, you know? So my view is that they need to start doing something different in Parliament. They need to start implementing something where the people can feel Parliament. because now they don't feel us. They just hear us on TV, and then when they see you in the street, like last Friday I went to the doctor, walking to the doctor, he started leaving my car. This guy got mad. Come see the member of parliament is in the street. I mean, and he's shouting and people come out of the gates to come and see it. I said, oh my God, you know, it's like that, you know, for them it's like, it's a new thing. There's a member of parliament. And because they make us to be those big people, that is why I always say, ministers and deputy ministers, they got big heads. Because why? We are creating it to make them big heads. They are ordinary members of parliament just like us. But when they are in our midst, it's like they are actors, you know, photos must be taken and what, because we are treating them like that. And that is why they think they are higher and better. Now we the same, we think we are better and higher as a councillor or as the MEC that is in the province. We need to come up with something to make sure that that parliament address the issue on the ground and make sure it is happening. And while we have that big rift, nothing is going to happen. That is just my personal opinion, Chairperson.
Chair, I think what you're trying to say is that what should be different is we as the different portfolio committees should keep each other accountable. Whereby, as you have mentioned earlier, to say we must meet with them and say, why is this not happening? Because otherwise there's not going to be any difference, because that actually means they are also not doing their job as a portfolio committee if all these things are not fixed within the different sectors. And I think that's maybe our biggest challenge. And then, yes, we are too far away from the people on the ground. But that's why we have those oversight visits, so that we could understand what is going on the ground, so that we can come back here, and then we need to engage each other as the different portfolio committees to say, this is, and then there must be like a combined task list, for the lack of a better word, what to call it, that we as Parliament should work on to ensure that we reach the goals, and that it basically aligns to even the APPs for the different departments as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honorable Ramaila earlier spoke about inter-portfolio committee task teams or something like that. So it's all about that collaboration. So what it means is that earlier on we were agreeing on some of the indicators in terms of the engagements that you will have to undertake with the various entities in the various, for the various focus areas. So it means another one of the engagements should be, and this is what we need to commit to as a committee, that we also need to have engagements with our sister committees. And these engagements must also be regular, so that we are able to address some of these issues that are inter-sectoral. And I think in that way, I'm sure we will be able to move just a little bit the needle on the positive. Honorable Reverend, then Honorable Abrams.
I'm party. It won't happen. This is political. That's all. It's all the system.
Mike, thank you.
It won't happen. It's all about the system. You see, for 30 years, we had a one-party leading the government. And the president of the party does not account anywhere. Anywhere. Because he's a leader of the party. In the party, he is a leader. He does not account. In government, he's a leader. He does not account. So, for me, is that Parliament does not have power. Maybe it does, but it's a virtual power. It's somewhere there. When a minister does something wrong, the party that minister comes from will defend. You know? And maybe now, maybe with the GNU and everything that is happening, maybe today, I mean, we have a chair that is from another party and a minister that is from another party. Maybe we'll make an account. But it is very difficult politically to make your senior account. You know, because usually the chairpersons for 30 years, the chairpersons of that particular party are juniors than the ministers of that party. So I cannot make that person account. And I'm thinking if ever they are doing wrong in the department, I'm thinking, if I call her to order on this and this and this is what is happening, you know, I need to be, when I'm on the ground, I need to defend my minister, you know, on what is happening on the ground. So now I think the whole, mindset needs to change and understand that our people are dying on the ground. And we need to defend our people, not our parties. And work together into this, you know, because it's going to hurt at the long run. There are people that are really in need of social development on the ground, and it's not happening. There are a lot of problems on the ground, and they are increasing and increasing, and it's the system, the whole system. You know, the pillar, the biggest pillar of capitalism is democracy and Christianity. But what I'm saying is that our systems do not speak to one another. One is there, one is there, one is there. You know, we had a problem with Postbank. The challenge is, I was on the ground, and you know, the people that are working for Postbank, they can't get anyone at their higher level. The queue is there. People are sitting, they are waiting. They don't know what's going to happen. The technical, they're not coming. You don't know where's the minister. But now we are sitting with the problem as SASA. But there's a Minister of Communication that is supposed to be fixing that problem of Postbank on the ground. But we are not communicating. And the minister does not care because maybe he's busy with Super Sport or SABC, I don't know, wherever she was at that point in time. But even their employees do not know who to speak to. They are just waiting, technical, you know. So the system itself of the whole government does not speak to one another, and that is the biggest problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Abraham and Honorable Manai.
Yes, on the topic of, under the one of the subtopics of engagement, under the topics of engagement, on which issues we're going to engage, because the time... Cross-cutting ones or whichever ones, I mean, even the ones where we need to engage directly with SASA and the minister and things like that, because there's such limited time in our year to have the cross-cutting ones, we want to bring in other departments and things like that. I think between the chair and the team, the management team of the committee, I do think there are some aspects where just letters to the chair's counterpart in those committees as a starting point. Because if we're now going to wait for time in our calendars and our schedules to now plan all these meetings, I don't know when we're going to ever get around to it. So my view is just maybe in order to get the ball rolling, some of these engagements can be formal correspondence between the portfolios, just as a thought.
Yeah, I think you are. Yes, yeah, I think you are. Yeah. Basically, you're saying that instead of going to meet with these people,
yes,
we just correspond with them.
It's on some of the issues, because we've got to talk ourselves in circles, we've got to do our presentations internally, and then what? when some of the stuff can actually just be an initial, correspondence, the initial chairs meeting, and then we go from there. Otherwise, we're never going to have time to meet absolutely everything and do everything that we want to do in the very short time that we have in this term. I mean, this term alone, we have 3 weeks. And then it's an election cycle, So,
Thank you. The Reverend is pessimistic. Maybe you need to go to the mountain and pray overnight. In my preamble, I said we may need to, in our approach to this portfolio committee, not put on our individualistic and partisan approach. Let's wear a patriotic cap, all of us.
Yes.
And then I've said there's instances where we may want to approach things as parties, as individuals, and we don't even get joy. There must be a point when we can be able to escalate matters to the chairperson of the portfolio committee, so the chair can signpost whoever minister is not responding to our issues through the chair. It becomes formal in our portfolio committee for that minister to respond. Thank you.
Yes, you're correct. You're correct.
Thank you so much for these inputs. You want to say something?
Oh, no.
Let's proceed to the next one. Tea and coffee is here. I don't know how you want to do it. You want to take a break, or you want to grab the coffee and come and sit down? Yeah, let's do that. So let's proceed.
The number 9, we've done it. I visited Bochabelo, definitely, and then the issues that we raised up there in terms of the National Drug Master Plan and the CDA, and also time in, but now we put it under legislative matters, the review of that act. The other issue that came out now was the reporting on the oversight that members conduct when they do constituency work. That should be a guidelines on how this work can be reported on, and I think ultimately also being a source or evidence maybe for our work as Parliament, or basically aligning the oversight in the constituency and this oversight of committees. So it was also raised, this one, and I think it's also there in the Parliament's strategic plan that there should be some kind of formalizing that kind of work from the MPs that they do when they do constituency work, because there's a lot of information that they manage to gather. But I think while I'm there, members, something that I thought just crossed my mind, the issue of when members the written questions and the oral replies, they don't filter into committees. A case in point, this 3 million. When what I read said it was raised in Parliament, like, whoa, what, this committee, I know nothing about this 3 million, then I realized, no, it was through a parliamentary question. But now it's here with us. So there needs to be another way of linking the committees to that kind of oversight, if I can put it that way. Yes, where members, they ask questions and the ministers reply, and those issues are the issues of oversight that we need to do. The issue of child malnutrition, it was a response from a relevant minister on that. But you hear maybe the member raise that question and he raise it here. But for example, a person like me who's a content advisor, I won't know that kind of oversight. So there's a need also to align that oversight, constituency oversight, to the main now oversight of the committee. I just thought I should address that as well while we're here.
Honorable Mare?
I want to agree with Yoli, because at the moment now, the Department of Basic Education took over the ECDs to come from social development to Department of Education. But the people of Department of Education is still coming to complain to us. The ECDs are coming to complain to us because the Department of Education is not really incorporating them, because a lot of them must now go for training and they must have a certain level, because the majority of the ECDs was started because parents saw there's a space where there isn't a creche or there isn't a preschool or whatever. Now they took the children in, they did what they had to do. But now the Department of Education is not bringing them on par to say, look, this is how we're going to do things. So the people still think they are part of social development. They come to us to come and complain about they're not getting the funding, they're not getting what. So there is, like you were saying now, the same with the minister's questions that must come to the portfolio. This is the same thing that we must do, because the things is overlapping, because we don't do it anymore, but they still come back to us. It is actually a concern, because the minister was talking on TV and saying, yes, how many thousand people must still go on training for this, ECGs and what. But the people don't understand that, because no one is talking to them. So I think that was just an example I wanted to use about the ECGs. Oh, yeah. Yes? Talk? Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, members. I was stepped outside. I was just managing some challenge. I just want to make an input regarding the questions posed to the House that must also come to the committee. My understanding is that there are various ways to conduct oversight. As committees are the extensions of the House, have a particular role to play. As well, the House has a particular role to play. It will be a repetition, because a member is responsible to serve in the committee for a particular role. And as well as in the House, they need to pose questions directly to the minister. There is a program whereby members can have oral questions for written for direct responses. There are written questions. There are a lot of things that happens in the House which doesn't affect the committees. So we might create a little bit of something that is unprocedural or unprecedented. But what is important, the role that we play here as committees, as members of the committees, you have a responsibility. If there are matters in your constituencies that you want to bring to the committee, you are at liberty to do so. In the same breath, if there is a matter that you want to address in the House where the minister is there, the House provides you an opportunity to do so. It's either the minister must respond immediately, or they must provide a written response. So I don't foresee it when you have your question in the House, it must come to the committee. So those are the different kinds of platforms where members can express their views. So we might be acting outside of our territory. So I just wanted to caution the members against that the House has a particular role to play in terms of exercising oversight, and also committees have a particular role to play by scrutinizing the oversight, by exercising oversight through public hearings, oversight visits, also by meetings, seeking presentations, by approving the budget of the committee and draft a report with recommendation to the House to pass a particular budget. So I don't want us to create some kind of unprecedented action, so that the House has a particular role to play, let's leave it there, and then we have a particular role to play in the committee and the level of committees. What else I can add to that? When committees draft reports, it is a report with recommendations. It's not a final report, because the committees represent the House. And then that committee report with recommendations. In order for that committee to be a House resolution. It must go to the House, whereby the 400 members needs to debate and vote on that particular report. That report now is no longer a committee report, is the report of Parliament, whereby the Speaker of the National Assembly will communicate the resolutions of the House to a respective minister. Sometimes normally they do, I think it's something that we need to, with the chairperson through the chair, when they provide responses, because there is a lack of monitoring and tracking resolutions as far as the Parliament, because they do piecemeal. The minister will provide responses to a report that was communicated by the National Assembly to the chairperson. And then maybe in the near future, when that responses on resolution taken is shared to the chairperson, I can share, going forward, share with the committee to check the progress made. Another mechanism, now that we are going to the annual reports next month, which is October, another mechanism to exercise oversight as the extension of the House is to check the progress made to implement the resolution of the last financial BRRR. For an example, next week, we have a meeting whereby the DSD, the SASA, and the NDA will provide a progress report, a progress made in implementing the AG findings of the last financial year. So there are mechanisms, different mechanisms to ensure that we keep the executive accountable. So I just wanted to make that contribution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that procedural advice. So we will discard what I just said now. Okay, she is just having tea. Should I proceed to number 11? Is that fine? Okay. Do you have anything to say? Oh, okay. The planning, okay. Our APPs come at the tail end of the planning cycle. There should be alignment of committee APPs and department APPs. Okay, maybe just speak to what, why we're planning now for this period. Initially, maybe Chairperson is aware of this, there was a correspondence from the House Chairperson to say that was now for March, I think, or February, that we must do the planning workshops. But the challenge at that point in time, there were no source documents that are used, for planning like we do have now. The medium-term development plan was not yet finalized. Parliament still had not finalized the strategic plan. So all these source documents that we needed, I don't even think we had SONA at the time, I'm not ostensibly corrected. So all those source documents that we need to align our plans with were not there at the time. So that's why we're only planning now. I'm just throwing there that for this particular one, that was the challenge. And I know even with the previous term, when we had to develop the strategic plan, I think I only did it maybe 2 years into the term, because we were still waiting for the Parliament strat plan to be approved before we drafted. But at least now it was approved, well, at least within this first year, maybe of the 5 years. So that's why we're doing it now. But what we can then improve is maybe for next year when we do the APPs, then that's when maybe we can see when we can do it. But also the House Chairperson is the one now who determines when committees now must do the planning. So, because every time I think he identifies focus areas. So maybe one can hope that maybe the APPs will be allocated during the beginning of the year. I'm not sure how House Chairperson will deal with that, or us as committees will just take a liberty and program it for ourselves. Yes, maybe we can deliberate on that one, because there's an aspect of the House Chairperson now programming these kind of workshops that the committees must do. discussion on that one.
Yeah, and so I just want to come in to chip in to say the idea was not necessarily for us to discuss these items like we're doing now. The idea was for us to provide solutions to some of these issues that appear like problems. And to also cluster, importantly, I wanted us to cluster these issues so that when we go out after this meeting, then we come back, we're going to work on the clusters so that we are able to say, okay, for example, we have 8 or 6 clusters or whatever number of clusters and come up with a plan of implementation. So some of the issues are like, like this issue that is just addressed now. These are operational issues that we can deal with as and when we go on with our work as committees. But I would rather, for the remaining issues, let us quickly say, okay, is this an operational plan? Yes. Then we leave it. Okay. We don't even discuss it. And then we discuss only those issues that we think are strategic issues that need immediate attention. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that intervention. Okay, so I kind of like already done some work in terms of clustering what is remaining, and some of it's no longer 31 because some of the issues I moved to the right clustering. They were just a repetition. So what's remaining now, Chair, is the one on the AG findings. There was an input that was made that we must also get those management letters that are sent to before a finding is made. Then there was the policy formulation. I think here maybe procedurally there can be an advice in terms of can committees or parliament make inputs when the policies are being drafted. From my understanding is that our role is almost not there, zero. Constitutionally, that is exclusive responsibility of the executive. Us is for us to be informed, but there's this policy, these are the provisions of the policy, but people who are more knowledgeable in terms of procedure, they will maybe have more inputs. But as far as I know, as Parliament, we have no role when policies are being drafted, especially when it comes to giving inputs. But if you want to say anything, Ceci, beyond that, you are at liberty to do that. You are more knowledgeable, or even now, Mr. Cowen. But that's my understanding of inputs and the role of Parliament when it comes to policies that are still on formulation.
On formulation?
Yeah,
like drafts?
Yes, yes.
Oh.
For example, there's the policy that I spoke about.
Yeah.
They are still with the executive, and also the cabinet is the one that is overseeing that kind of work. So it may put us in a predicament if we get involved, because there is already a structure that is overseeing that work.
Thanks. My understanding is that policies are a product of laws, of pieces of legislation to implement the laws. So that is an operational thing. It's at an executive level. We create the law and go as far as you can go at that level. But once it is passed, the people that must implement that law will be the ones that will develop policies and regulations to make sure that the law is turned into a working, a implementable sort of legislation. I don't know, because there are policies that have gone out for public comment. I want to believe, or am I confused? Because there has been policies that have been developed and then were put out for public comment, especially in the realm of the social development, and on the basis of those comments, public comments, then the policies then are sort of confirmed, and they are a subject of implementation. But as for drafting, I agree that is a sole baby of the executive. But I was just saying that there is an element of participation in the drafting during the public comments when a policy is being drafted.
Honorable Ramalila, and then
Thank you, Chair. I fully agree, but a dichotomy might be in terms of the executives delaying implementation of the legislation through policies and regulations. As a committee, we must have concern about that.
No, I think Mr. Ramaila covered me, but there is a grey area when it comes to policy, as we know that it is the responsibility of the executive, as the Constitution places that responsibility to the executive. And they have that responsibility, and the question is, I understand all the policy formulation processes, and that policy needs to be approved by the cabinet, and it becomes a policy for implementation, and our role is to exercise the implementation, exercise oversight on the implementation of such policy. Sometimes the department will present the policy to the executive, to the legislative arm of government, and maybe the committee have aspects they think that should have been covered. In that case, I think maybe I can have some discussion. In that case, if the legislature find out some of the areas in the policies doesn't address the needs of population of specific reports. Policy formulation is driven by a need for the development of such policy. If such need is not addressed, and then the policy is at the final stage, does the legislative arm of government have powers to amend or to make suggestions to that such policy? So I think those are the questions going forward do we need to embark on. As much it is their responsibility, and ours is just to oversee the implementation of such policies. So I think maybe going forward we just need to crack our skulls in determining whether we can have an impact in influencing some amendments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks about that. I think that can come as we conduct oversight over the implementation of that policy, and we pick up loopholes, then we can then make recommendations of those policies to be amended. Okay, then the next one was about schools, but I don't know if we need to go into that space in terms of the factors that keep children away from going to school. We already addressed the issue of the 18-year-olds that are excluded from when they turn 18, are excluded from the grant. That's something that we need to look at. Then that's the teenage pregnancy, that some girls don't go back to school, and that there must be family planning brought back to schools. I think that's more venturing to health than us. I think that's what my response would be on that one. The migration of Office of Rights of Children, I think, can be a standalone, as it were, that it is something that the committee may look at, because it has already done so, by the way, but just to go into more detail. Just want to conclude, because these are the last bullets, then members can then chip in and see where we need to have more discussion. The last one is on job creation and poverty eradication, where we spoke about the role of the NDA to address unemployment and linking NDA to other government departments like small business as a conduit between these departments for job creation and eradication of poverty. The other one that I've put is food security as a possible focus area, where we're looking at the CNTCs and also having briefings with Department of Agriculture. And just to mention that last week, I think, there was a webinar that was we were requested to attend by the request of the House Chairperson. It actually spoke some of the discussions there, but I think mainly facilitated by the Department of Agriculture through that national strategy. That also looks at the aspect of food gardens, and especially in urban areas. And there were some people who were presenting how they started their own backyard gardens and how that also have an impact in terms of food security. So that's one area I think as a committee we can look at in terms of intersectoral briefings on food security. There's also involvement of the religious and cultural sector in terms of raising awareness and the work they do in communities. So these are the outstanding areas that we have and then we've done, because it's no longer 31 anymore. Thank you.
Honorable Abrams.
So I would like to propose that teenage pregnancy actually gets clustered under cross-cutting, and not just, it's not our responsibility, because I mean they are still children, so we still have a responsibility there. So if we can just put that there, and I mean the school completion grant for the grade 12s, that's under legislation, because that's just a social amendment to the Social Assistance Act.
Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think under the teenage pregnancy, where we just, the discussion is, I think we mustn't forget the one thing that is affecting girl children is the time when they get their periods, and their pads is playing a big role to these young girls, and some that is staying out of school because they don't have pads. The same way they are giving out condoms, they're supposed to give at all the government institutions like hospitals, clinics, police stations, places where they go, even SASSA offices. They're supposed to have pads there so that these girls don't have to feel ashamed of going to school and stay out because I don't have the pads. I think that is one thing that we should have in there as a campaign with sanitary pads. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. It just reminded me, because there is a specific program, that's why I spoke about it earlier, that this is now a function that falls between DPE and DSD that we need to look at, because it aims to provide dignity sanitary towels. I don't know what it, yeah, to school children, yes. So it is an area of oversight I think we need to start looking at, because our department apparently does get a budget for this, and there are certain provinces where they need to deliver. From what I understand from my colleague when she was briefing me, there are certain departments that are within DPE, that are responsible for DPE, and certain provinces are within the social development. So that's something I think we need to look at and get more information on it in terms of also oversighting what is happening in that space.
On the same sentence, I just want to add the issue of receiving. They must go for bargain. They must take treatment so that their children cannot come with HIV positive. Because if you don't go to that treatment, the child will have problems. I don't know or what is the name of that particular thing, but they must do it. What do you call it? Yes, because if you don't do that thing, then the baby comes with differences. So I don't know. I think he will make it possible. You hear me again?
Yes, I hear, ma'am, but I'm thinking that's a responsibility for health.
Oh.
Yes, it's not for DSD.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Can I just ask, because Sis Lindy was speaking about the passing of these things. I just need, because we were just talking about the children there, and we still got the Children's Amendments Act or bill, whatever it is, that is still lying there at whose department, whoever. But we don't get an update to say how far, and like my colleague was saying here, the delays, and we don't follow up on all these things. So I think we should also a little bit now and then just check up how far is these things, is it still running, is it still on track or stuff like that, because it's going to come back to our portfolio. And then it's going to be a rush thing again.
Thank you so much. Any other last comments, Chairperson?
I think she wants to respond to that.
Oh.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Prajo. The issue you just mentioned, Member Mare, is important to keep progress as far as the CAP. I think our last briefing, because we took a resolution that they need to update us on quarterly basis. I think our last briefing was sometime in June. But because this term is very short, remember we had a long term due to the issue of the VAT increase, whereby Parliament had an extended term. So for this term, it's only 3 meetings. So the progress made in the drafting of the Children's Amendment Bill will be scheduled in the next term, which is between October and December. So the first week of October will be, the first 2 weeks will be busy with BRRR. So after that BRRR adoption of its report, we will schedule for the department to come and provide progress made in the drafting of the Children's Amendment Bill. But we didn't just keep it in abeyance. We are exercising oversight and ensuring that they adhere to the resolutions taken by the committee. Thank you very much, ma'am.
I just need guidance. I'm borrowing from the point that was made earlier on with regards to the sanitary products and the importance of that. But as important as it is, we are not, well, the department, or let me say the department is not of social development, has in my mind, has a dotted line responsibility in terms of it being exercised in the provinces, it being realized or actioned in the provinces. But we need to know something that is not falling, they need to know about something that does not fall within their budget. But we can exercise oversight on it, can we not? So that brings me to a point where we were advised by the DG when we were talking about the issue of the whole crisis of the NPO funding, where the DG said to us with his hand up in the air that the budget gets voted in Parliament and then it goes to the provinces, right? Or does it go straight from National Treasury to the provinces? The Department of Social Development in provinces do exactly what they please with their budget. It doesn't matter what the department, in fact, I think he said that the department provides guidelines and policy and whatever, but when it comes to priorities, the provinces can determine their own priorities, which is why there's this thing of departments or provinces just doing their own thing with the social development departments in provinces just doing their own thing, not looking after the very people that are actually implementing statutory work of government. And that for me is an issue. I'm just wanting to know from this meeting, is there anything or there's nothing that can be done from a legislative perspective to even look at that, even if it's not gonna, we can't just shy away from it and say, well, that will never help. Can we not come up with a document that is saying we've had a crisis, and it's probably not the first crisis, but we've had a crisis, and to actually make a point about what oversight can reveal, what oversight can do to change things for the better. Because this thing of us sitting in Cape Town and then going to, in this case, Johannesburg, and then we are told, oh, no, we didn't give money to the subsidies, money to the NPOs, because we're busy doing 1, 2, 3, like it happened the last time. I'm just asking if there's any legislative intervention that we can learn out of that process and actually change things for the better. Because like the Honorable Deputy Reverend said, that there's got to be changes that are pro the people that brought us to Parliament. We can't just say, it's always been done like that, there's nothing we can do. What is it that we can do? And use that as an example.
Can I try to reason with you as well, Chair, in the subject matter? As much as we, the National Parliament, also in trying to provide some solution, what is the role of legislatures? Because most of the crippling challenges are from the province, especially the NPOs, because they are provincial budget allocated to these NPOs. And what is the role of the legislatures? Remember, sometimes there's a lack of oversight from their side, and the same budget is not approved by the legislature for this budget. So I'm just trying to link, as we are the National Parliament, there is legislatures. Do they have solutions in strengthening or in having a vigorous oversight function over their provincial departments? So I think there should be a forum, because in the national sphere of government, the provincial sphere of government, because the challenges are the same, because at the same time, we, as Parliament, we need to guard against separation of, not separation of powers, we understand cooperative governance, we need to work together as the three spheres of government, and then when necessary, we can assist, we can foster relations. So I think it is important now to bring the legislatures in providing solutions of the challenges faced at the provincial level. I agree with as far as the NPO is concerned, there are creeping challenges. Sometimes we find that maybe the provincial departments are not playing so much vigorous oversight in keeping the executive accountable, because we need to account for every cent spent. Thank you very much.
Honorable Abrams, then Honorable Namai.
I think maybe as a suggestion on the topic of provinces, we've always tried to get MECs to come and report directly to us, not always been successful, once again, timing and stuff. So would it be an overreach to then ask the minister that once she's had, she can even send us the dates of her mid-mix with the relevant MECs, and once she's had her mid-mix with them, she can give the committee some feedback on what's coming out from the provinces, just as a solution to still keep tabs on them, but in a more concise, and our oversight is of the minister. So by extension, she's then reporting on that to us.
Okay, I think maybe in addition, we might want to explore a mechanism of the interface, because you are not a federal state. An interface between us and the NCOP, because the NCOP holds legislatures accountable. Thank you.
Also, something has just dropped into my mind that I would like to remind this committee that there was a time when we were having a problem with the foster care crisis. This committee, by this lady sitting across from me, was able to draw all the MECs into a meeting, virtual, I agree, but it was, I think it was effective. I can actually say that maybe it was our follow-up mechanisms that were not as effective, but it was possible. We would bring them in to account. We can bring them into account on this thing as well and say, let us meet virtually, let us talk about this thing and ask the people that know about the laws and whatever, how the accountability loop can work in terms of making sure that although you are in a province, although you report to the Premier, although 1, 2, 3, and 4, but here is the cooperative governance sort of, arrangement that is there to say we're talking about the same people that are being serviced or served by these government structures. So I think we might want to look at that, to use that mechanism.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just reminding myself that committees have all the power to summon anybody. Yes. Anybody. Yeah, to come before them. So, are there any other? Sorry, ma'am.
Anyone except the president. Anyone except the president.
Anyone. That's what the law says, isn't it? Eh? I don't know, but what does the law say? Does it not say anyone?
Yeah, it says so.
Exactly. So it says anyone.
Okay.
Anyone. So anyone can be hauled into the committee. Anyone. Yeah? No, we're not interpreting. We're reading it for what it says. It says anyone, and there's no brackets. Yeah. So are there any other final thoughts on the matters that we discussed here, Reverend?
But who holds the legislators accountable? The legislators themselves. Because I think the issues are happening when they come. So when we have the issue of the NPOs, we are waiting for the legislators first to deal with the situation right there on those areas or in those provinces. So who holds them accountable if they don't do that? Because they may form oversight over the department of the province.
It's the people.
NCOP.
Yes, it's the NCOP and the people.
Yes, please.
I think there were, in one of my discussions, through you, Brajo, there was a question, who oversee the overseer? As a public representatives, I'm of the view that you are accountable to the people of this country who voted for you. As much there is no systematic arrangement to say that if you fail to do 1, 2, and 3, that you need to account. So unfortunately, there is no in black and white that is written, But what you must know that the citizens who voted for the public representatives are the ones who exercise oversight to the overseer. So I think that's my analogy of trying to respond. Through the vote. If they are not happy, they will show that through the vote. So I think that's the only answer to the question that who oversee you as public reps. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm sure, Reverend, you've also seen that happen last year after the elections. that was. Eh? Yeah, no, I'm not even going there. But now I want to wrap up. So if all of us are happy about the discussion so far, I want to wrap up and to, like, for example, chart the way forward. So far we have discussed and captured these ideas in terms of the areas that are important. We've tried to cluster them. Some of them are still not clustered, but from the discussions so far, I have managed to see that there was agreement around clustering of issues that pertain to social services. In terms of the substance and drug abuse, we spoke about those issues, and therefore it means that we're going to have a cluster that deals with substance and drug abuse, and we're going to come up with an indicator of the engagements that will need to happen between yourselves as this committee and the relevant entities, and that the actual plans in terms of what will be discussed will be determined by you as the committee as you plan your operations in terms of going forward. So there's also a cluster on social security. So the common thread among all of these clusters is that your role is to have engagements with these people, either to hold them to account or to make suggestions or to do whatever, but you need to be engaging with these people. And when you engage with these people, relevant stakeholders, you yourselves will determine how you follow up on the issues that would have been brought forward, the issues that you will bring forward because of the input that you will perhaps be getting from your constituencies, and the issues or commitments that the departments or the entities will be making. So you will have to make sure that those kind of things get followed up, because then next year, this time, you are not going to say, Honorable Marie, that no, these things are not happening. You'll be able to say, look, this is what we've done, and this is how far we have gone. And in that way, then we will be, providing this service to the people. So there's another cluster on gender-based violence, femicide, and then of course it has now been modified to include men, or boy, child, etc. So there'll be a cluster that for which we're going to have an indicator that will be addressing those issues. And the other cluster on food security and child nutrition, and as well as this other issue that Chairperson raised earlier on around trafficking. So those are broadly the themes that we have come up with, but there are some other themes that are still like loose, which we are going to try and tie them up, and perhaps add to these ones 2 or 3 more clusters. So by next week Friday, we should have been able to meet with you as a committee to report back, or to give you the plan as we would have crafted it, as to make it very, very smart, so that at the end of the day you will be able to conduct your work and follow up on your work. So that means that between myself and my sister here, we'll have to make sure that we find space and time to clean up this plan, so that by Friday next week she will and the committee management decide when to meet or find time to meet sometime next week. And I'm saying next week because from next week I'm not here until end of October. Yeah. So it means we have to finalize this thing before next week Friday.
It works, Chair, because we have a deadline of the 18th.
Yes.
And our house chairperson.
Yes, yeah. So definitely it means we'll have to make time to meet next week sometime to do this thing. And then, the two of us will work on cleaning up the plan and then come and present it to you sometime next week. Are we happy with that?
Shall we get it, but if we can just try to bring it before the meeting on the 10th.
Sorry? Okay, now she comes in. Maybe I should just, before she comes in, because she does the programming, just to mention that all the committees, we have until the 18th to submit our straight plans. That's a deadline from the House Chairperson. Then she can come in terms of how now we're going to do the programming. And plenaries, I see there's plenaries also mentioned.
Good afternoon once again, members. Prajo, next week Friday, I believe that from next week there are plenaries even on Fridays. And Fridays is not our committee slot. And when there are plenaries, priority is given to plenaries. We have scheduled for consideration and adoption of the plan for 17 next week, that week. Because next week we'll be meeting with DSD and its entity to present their action plans in responding to the AG's findings. So I don't know whether we'll have enough time to look at the plan, but initially the plan has been scheduled for the 17th of this month. Please stay.
Look, it shouldn't be a train smash. I mean, I won't be here from next week Friday, from next week Saturday. So, but it should not be a train smash. What I was saying was that by Friday, we should have been able to meet and for us to present the report, I mean the plan, by Friday next week. So if it's possible to meet somewhere between Monday and Thursday next week, fine. But if it's not possible, because we've already scheduled it for the 17th, there's no train smash. Between my sister and I would have finalized the plan. Then my sister will be able to, take you through the plan. Yes, yeah. So I don't need to be there.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, honorable members, I think we owe a great deal of gratitude to Mr. Paweni, working with his sister on this very important work that we have as the committee. I think the facilitation has elicited a whole lot of discussions which were not just necessary but were very critical to inform the plan that the draft of which we will see as has been discussed just now. So I just would like to thank you, Mr. Paweni, very much for your work. I must also confess that I didn't know that you worked in Parliament. I thought that you were a consultant, and I thought that your understanding of how we work and it's just so amazing. And so I think we need to even thank you more for that, the fact that you actually are working here, but you took some time, set some time aside to come and assist us in the way that you have. That is highly, highly appreciated by this committee. I'm sure I'm representing all of us. And the members for having, geared yourself to sitting here for the whole day. It is appreciated. I mean, it's your work, I guess, but, you could have just found reasons to not be here and so on and so forth. So thank you so much. And this is the work that is going to take us through and I'm sure it's a living document, so we will be in a position to sort of adapt it as we go, but we will have a blueprint nonetheless that is going to guide our work going forward. So thank you so much, all of us. I think, you know.
Chair, I know there is one item, but I don't know if you can still do it, the adoption of the committee program. And I'm thinking about my child from school.
Any other business?
Yeah, that any other business. Oh yeah, there was any other business as well that was, remember, flagged yet.
Under the other business, the one item that was very important, that still is very important, that
Chairperson, do you not want me first to leave? So that.
now that I know you work for Parliament, I really don't care.
Okay.
No, but you can excuse yourself.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
I need to catch a fix.
yes, you know.
And put Judy's child in the way.
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, what I wanted to say before I was rudely interrupted by the Reverend is that the issue that you raised is very important. And what I did, because I was like everybody else, I don't know, I was bombarded by questions or comments to give comments on the situation of the Sunday Times article that said that our minister and Ms. Mahangwe had gone overseas and spent 3 million rand in 2 weeks. And so I then said that to the media that I spoke to, I said that I cannot, there's no way that I can, on my own, just say, this is my thoughts. That would be my thoughts. It won't be the thoughts of the committee. But in the background, I wrote to the minister and said that we need, as the portfolio committee, we need to know what went wrong. We need to know what happened, not what went wrong, what happened, so that we can respond with information that is coming right out of the minister's desk, and something that if we are to be asked question later, we have a source that we can refer to in terms of what really took place. As far as the allegations that were made by the now suspended communications head of the department, I also did the same thing. There were 2 bullets. Please, can the committee have information on this and information on that? So as soon as I receive that information, obviously I will have to share it with the committee so that we all know what one says when they say, as the chairperson of this committee, what are your comments? I cannot have comments when I represent 11 people. I have to say what all the other committee members are aware is the information that we have, is the information that we can share, is the information that if we are asked about it at a later stage, we know what to fall back on as far as that information is concerned. Honourable.
Chair, I just want to say thank you for your intervention in that. And I think this is but the tip of the iceberg that has been revealed at the state of what's going on in that department. And because as we were talking about it today, an outside stakeholder messaged me. They were also dealing with the Department of Social Development, with those senior officials there as well, on a different social welfare matter. And if I can just quote what this outside stakeholder said, I share with you as a loyal South African, based on my experience this past 6 months now dealing with them, my utmost concern about the toxic environment some amazing and passionate officials have to operate at the highest levels of the national DSD, it's literally impossible. So the concern is that there are officials in the department that are trying to do the most amazing thing and do their work and get things right, but there seems to be a component that is toxic within the department that is just making it almost impossible for them to get on with their business. So I think this is just a tip of the iceberg, and now it's come to light, and now we have an opportunity to get to the bottom and address it. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson? Yes, I think if we look at, if we see what happened the last time with Linton, no? The staff even went on strike, no? And now we're having the same thing happening now again, where officials and staff members are demoralized of the situation that they are in. And it is true what Chairperson, because yesterday while sitting in this meeting, I got a call and I had to put the call down. It was a lady that is doing articles, media person, asking me about this thing. I said, I cannot respond to this thing because I don't know the story, the whole story, and we must discuss it first. So they want to know what is our view of the EFF. I cannot have a view of the EFF. My head office will give their view, but for now, I cannot give a view of anything. So this thing must be addressed, and I'm glad that you did address it, Chairperson. It's just that it is so obvious because we are dealing with hundreds and thousands of the poorest of the poor people. Even like a comparison, for 1 million, you could have give SASSA to 42,000 people. That is what the comparisons they were making. So this thing is very serious, and I think our DG was also put on the firing pole on that interview. But I just feel that it's something that we need to discuss, and somehow we need to come up with something. Sure.
Chair, I'd like to move for the adoption of the program with one amendment, and I think it's an amendment that the Minister agreed to, in that meeting with the quarterly report, did the Minister not indicate that they will come with a full presentation on the biometrics, the SASSA biometrics, and that we have to save all our questions for that meeting? So just to remind them that that was their commitment, and that we're saving all our biometrics questions for that meeting. But I move for the adoption of the amendment.
But Chairperson, you know what? This was a very good exercise, no? Because we have discussed everything. Yeah. And Yoli, thank you so much for your preparations and your what and your what. It was really